What if I told you that everything you think you know about yourself is a lie? What if the person you see in the mirror every morning, with your comfortable routines, your predictable problems, your civilized assumptions about who you are, what if that person only exists because you've never truly been tested? Welcome to Stranded, where we follow your journey from the wreckage of your old life to the shores of something you never knew you could become. You're about to discover what happens when the storm strips away everything except the question that matters most. Who are you when no one is watching, when no one is coming to save you, and when survival depends entirely on what you can find inside yourself? Today, you're waking up on a beach with salt in your lungs and sand in your hair, completely unaware that your comfortable life ended the moment the waves threw you onto this shore. Close your eyes, feel that hot sun burning your skin, and prepare to learn that sometimes the most dangerous journey isn't getting home, it's discovering you might not want to. You wake to the sound of waves washing against sand, a rhythmic pulse that pulls you from the darkness. Your eyes open slowly, squinting against harsh sunlight that cuts through the haze of confusion. Salt stings your lips, and your mouth feels like sandpaper. Every muscle in your body aches with a deep, bone-deep soreness that speaks of trauma you can't quite remember. You're lying face down on a beach, half buried in wet sand that has molded itself around your body. Your clothes are torn and soaked through, clinging to your skin like a second uncomfortable layer. As you push yourself up on trembling arms, the world spins slightly before settling into focus. The beach stretches in both directions, a crescent of pale sand bordered by dense green jungle that rises like a wall behind you. To your right, black rocks jut from the sand like broken teeth, and to your left, the beach curves away into a distant point. But it's what lies scattered around you that makes your stomach clench with realization. Splintered wood that was once part of a hull, twisted metal that might have been rigging, scraps of canvas sail now torn and bleached by salt water, a life preserver deflated and useless. The pieces of what was once your vessel are spread across the sand like the bones of some great sea creature. You remember now, the storm that came from nowhere, the way the waves grew into mountains of black water, the screaming wind that tore at everything. You remember the moment when you knew the ship was lost, the desperate scramble for anything that might float. And then, nothing until now. Standing on unsteady legs, you turn in a slow circle, scanning the horizon. Nothing but endless blue water, meeting endless blue sky. No other survivors. No rescue boats. No distant smudge of land that might offer hope. You are alone. You're on what appears to be a deserted island, with nothing but the wreckage around you and whatever skills you can remember or learn. The sun is already hot on your back, and you can feel dehydration beginning to tug at the edges of your consciousness. Survival. That's what this is now. Not rescue, not hoping for help. Survival. You force yourself to move, to think practically, despite the growing panic that threatens to overwhelm you. First things first, inventory. What do you have to work with? You begin picking through the debris systematically, your hands shaking slightly as you sort through the wreckage of your former life. A waterproof bag, somehow still sealed, contains a few energy bars and a water bottle half full. It's not much, but it's something. You find a folding knife with a cracked handle, still sharp enough to be useful. A piece of tarp, torn but large enough to provide some shelter. Rope, tangled but serviceable. a small metal pot, dented but intact. Each discovery feels like a small victory against the enormity of your situation. You find a cigarette lighter. Amazingly, it still works when you test it. The flame is small and precious, representing fire, warmth, cooking, signaling. You treat it like the treasure it now is. Your clothes are ruined, but you find a spare shirt in the waterproof bag that's only slightly damp. You change quickly, spreading your wet clothes on the hot sand to dry. The sun feels good on your skin, but you know it will become an enemy if you're not careful. Looking up and down the beach, you try to get a sense of your new world. The island appears to be roughly oval-shaped, maybe 2 miles long from what you can see. Dense tropical vegetation covers most of it, rising to what looks like hills or low mountains in the center. The beach where you've landed faces what you assume is the ocean side, given the size of the waves. You need shelter, and you need it before nightfall. The sun is already past its peak, and you have no idea how cold it might get after dark. Using the tarp and some of the longer pieces of wreckage, you begin constructing a basic windbreak against a large piece of the hull that's buried nose. First in the sand. It's crude work, but it will have to do. You string the rope between 2 pieces of debris and drape the tarp over it, anchoring the edges with stones and sand. It's barely large enough for you to crawl inside, but it's shelter. As the sun begins to sink toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and red, you sit beside your makeshift shelter and eat one of the energy bars slowly, making it last. The reality of your situation is sinking in. This might not be temporary. Back at your shelter, you set about the task of purifying water properly. You gather dry wood from the beach debris and build a small fire ring using stones from the waterline. The lighter's flame catches the driest splinters, and soon you have a modest fire crackling in the morning air. But boiling water in the pot directly over flames would blacken it with soot and waste fuel. You remember reading somewhere about heating stones and dropping them into water, a technique that seemed primitive then, but makes perfect sense now. You select smooth, dry rocks from well above the tide line, avoiding any that might have cracks or might have been soaked with seawater. While the stones heat in your fire, you explore the immediate area around your camp more thoroughly. The beach curves in both directions, forming a natural bay that's protected from the worst of the ocean swells. Behind your shelter, the jungle rises gradually toward what appears to be a ridge or hilltop in the center of the island. You find more useful debris scattered along the waterline, a plastic container that can hold water, some rope in better condition than what you found yesterday, and what looks like part of a tackle box with a few fishing hooks inside. Each discovery feels like a small gift from the sea. The stones in your fire glow red hot after 20 minutes. Using 2 pieces of wood as tongs, you carefully lift one and drop it into the pot filled with stream water. It hisses violently, sending up a cloud of steam. The water bubbles and churns around the stone. You add a second stone, and the water reaches a rolling boil. You let it boil for several minutes, then use another heated stone to keep it hot longer. The process is slow and uses a lot of fuel, but when you taste the cooled water, it's clean and safe. You've solved your most immediate survival need. The rest of the morning is spent improving your shelter and establishing routines. You move your camp slightly closer to the jungle edge, where you can access the stream more easily. Using debris and the tarp, you build a more substantial windbreak and create a small area where you can work on tasks while staying in shade. You also begin keeping a mental inventory of everything you'll need for long-term survival: better shelter, reliable food sources, tools, signaling equipment for rescue, and a way to stay healthy. The island is beautiful, but it's also completely indifferent to whether you live or die. Night on the island is nothing like you expected. The temperature drops dramatically once the sun disappears, and despite your windbreak, the cold seems to seep into your bones. You huddle in your shelter, listening to sounds you've never heard before, strange bird calls, rustling in the jungle, the constant wash of waves that seemed soothing during the day, but now sounds ominous in the darkness. You don't sleep much. Every sound makes you wonder what kind of animals might live here, what dangers you haven't yet discovered. When you do doze, you dream of water, endless, churning water that wants to pull you down into its depths. Dawn comes slowly, grey light gradually revealing your small camp and the beach beyond. Your body is stiff and sore from sleeping on sand, and your mouth feels even drier than yesterday. The half bottle of water you found won't last long in this heat, and finding a reliable source of fresh water has become your most urgent priority. You force yourself to eat half of another energy bar, knowing you need to conserve your supplies, but also needing the energy for what lies ahead. Today, you need to explore inland and find water, or you won't see many more sunrises. The jungle edge is closer than it appeared yesterday, maybe 50 yards from your shelter. As you approach it, the wall of green seems almost impenetrable. Vines hanging like curtains, broad leaves that could hide anything, trees so thick you can barely see between them. But you can hear something that gives you hope, the sound of running water, faint but distinct, coming from somewhere deeper in the jungle. You take the folding knife and begin cutting your way through the vegetation, following the sound. The going is slow and exhausting, and within minutes you're covered in sweat and small scratches from thorns and branches. But the sound of water grows stronger. After what feels like hours, but is probably only 30 minutes, you break through into a small clearing where a stream runs over smooth rocks, maybe 3 feet wide and ankle deep. The water is clear and cold, and when you cup it in your hands and taste it cautiously, it's sweet and clean. You drink deeply, then fill your water bottle. But you know you need to be careful. Water from unknown sources can carry diseases that could kill you as surely as dehydration. You remember something about boiling water to purify it, and you have the pot and the lighter. Your first full day of survival teaches you that staying alive requires constant attention to small details. You improve your water collection system by creating a small channel that directs stream water into a pool you've dug and lined with stones. This gives you easier access to water without having to fight through the jungle each time. Food becomes your next priority. The energy bars won't last more than a few days, and you need to find sustainable sources of nutrition. You remember coconuts from yesterday and spend time learning to open them properly. The folding knife isn't ideal for the job, but by wedging the blade into the seam and twisting, you can crack them open. The milk is sweet and the meat filling, though eating too much at once makes your stomach cramp. You find other edible plants along the jungle edge, broad leaves that taste slightly sour but seem safe, small red berries that birds are eating, and what might be wild onions growing near the stream. You test each new food cautiously, eating only small amounts and waiting to see how your body reacts. The afternoon brings your first real challenge with weather. Clouds build rapidly over the island, and within an hour you're in the middle of a tropical downpour. Your shelter holds up reasonably well, but you realize how exposed you still are to the elements. Water drips through gaps in your tarp roof, and the wind drives rain horizontally under your windbreak. You spend the storm improving your shelter, using pieces of palm frond to better seal the gaps and digging a small trench around the perimeter to direct water away from your sleeping area. It's wet, frustrating work, but by the time the storm passes, your shelter is significantly more weatherproof. The rain also gives you an important lesson about water collection. You set up the plastic container to catch rainwater, and in just 2 hours of heavy rain, it's nearly full. This could be an important backup water source during future storms. As evening approaches, you take stock of your progress. You have water, basic shelter, and enough food for a few more days. You're learning the rhythms of the island, when the wind picks up, when storms might develop, how the tide affects the debris that washes ashore. But you also realize how much you don't know. The island extends in both directions beyond what you can see from your camp, and you have no idea what resources might be available elsewhere or what dangers might exist. Your second day begins with a decision that feels momentous. You're going to explore beyond your immediate area and try to understand the full scope of your new world. You've established the basics of survival, but now you need information. How big is this island? What resources does it offer? Are there better locations for a long-term camp? You prepare carefully for the expedition. You fill both your water bottle and the plastic container with boiled water, pack the remaining energy bars, and take the folding knife. You also bring along a piece of charcoal from your fire to mark trees and rocks so you can find your way back. Starting north along the beach, you begin a systematic exploration of the coastline. You make charcoal marks on distinctive rocks every few hundred yards, creating a trail you can follow home. The going is easier along the sand, though you have to detour around occasional rocky outcroppings that extend into the water. After about an hour of walking, the beach curves sharply to the right, and you realize you're seeing the northern tip of the island. From this vantage point, you can look back south and get a better sense of the island's shape. It's roughly oval, maybe 3 miles long and 2 miles wide, larger than you initially thought. The northern end is different from your camp area. The jungle comes right down to the water here, and there are more rocky areas and small coves. In one protected inlet, you discover something that makes your heart race. Tide pools filled with mussels, sea anemones, and small crabs. This could be a significant source of protein. You spend time learning to harvest the shellfish safely, remembering warnings about eating them from polluted water. But these pools are constantly refreshed by clean ocean water, and the mussels seem healthy. You collect a few to test back at camp, wrapping them in large leaves. Continuing your exploration inland from the tide pools, you discover that the northern part of the island has a different character entirely. The trees are different, larger and older looking, with massive trunks and spreading canopies. The ground is carpeted with fallen leaves and feels almost park-like compared to the dense jungle near your camp. As afternoon approaches, you begin the journey back to camp, following your charcoal trail markers. But now you're walking with new knowledge. The island is bigger and more diverse than you thought, with multiple potential resource areas. You're not just surviving on a small patch of beach, you're living on a substantial piece of land with real possibilities. The trek back gives you time to think and plan. Tomorrow, you'll explore the southern end. After that, you'll need to consider whether your current camp location is the best choice, or whether you should relocate to be closer to the tide pools or other resources you might discover. Your third morning on the island begins with a discovery that changes everything. While gathering driftwood for your morning fire, you notice something wedged between two large rocks at the tide line, something that doesn't belong with the natural debris. You work it free carefully, and your breath catches when you see what it is. A bottle. Not just any bottle, but a thick glass wine bottle with a cork still firmly in place. Inside, you can see something that makes your hands shake as you hold it up to the morning light. Paper. Someone has put a message in a bottle, and the ocean has delivered it to your beach. You carry it back to your shelter with the reverence of someone handling a religious artifact. This represents the first evidence that other human beings exist in your world, that you're not completely alone in an endless ocean. You set it carefully on a flat piece of driftwood and study it before opening it. The bottle appears old, the glass slightly clouded with age. The cork is covered with what looks like wax, sealing it completely. The paper inside is rolled tightly, and you can see that there's writing or drawing on it, though you can't make out details through the glass. You build up your fire and heat your knife blade until it's warm enough to soften the wax around the cork. Working slowly and carefully, you scrape away the seal and begin working the cork loose. It resists at first, swollen with age and moisture, but eventually comes free with a soft pop that sounds loud in the morning air. The smell that emerges is musty but not unpleasant old paper, a hint of salt, something that might be ink. You tip the bottle carefully and let the rolled paper slide out into your palm. It's yellowed with age and feels fragile but intact. You unroll it slowly, afraid it might crumble at your touch. What you see makes you sit back on your heels in amazement. It's a map, hand-drawn in faded brown ink, showing what is unmistakably your island, but with details you haven't discovered yet. The coastline is accurate from what you've seen so far, including the bay where you've made camp and the northern point you explored yesterday. But the map shows much more. The southern end of the island, inland features you haven't seen, and most intriguingly, several locations marked with symbols and notations. Near the center of the island, there's a mark labeled simply "Well" in careful handwriting. On the western shore, another mark with the notation "Cave, fresh water." Along the eastern coast, symbols that might indicate additional resources or landmarks. Someone else was here before you. Someone who took the time to map this place in detail, who found resources you haven't discovered. And they left this map in a bottle, perhaps hoping someone like you would find it someday. You spend the entire morning studying the map by firelight, comparing it to your own mental picture of the island and trying to understand what the previous mapmaker was trying to tell you. The handwriting is neat and careful, suggesting someone with education and patience. The map itself shows a level of detail that could only come from spending considerable time here. The well, marked in the island's interior, is the most intriguing feature. Islands don't typically have freshwater wells. They're surrounded by salt water, and any groundwater is usually contaminated. But the notation is clear and definitive, marked with a small circle and careful lettering that suggests the mapmaker considered this important. You trace the route from your camp to the marked well location. It appears to be roughly in the center of the island, probably requiring a significant hike through jungle terrain. From your current position, you'd need to head inland past the stream you've been using, then continue up what the map shows as a gradual slope toward higher ground. The cave marking on the western shore is equally fascinating. Fresh water is noted beside it, suggesting another source of drinking water. If the map is accurate, you could potentially have multiple water sources, which would give you much more flexibility in choosing a permanent camp location. You also notice that the map shows several beaches and coves you haven't seen yet, particularly along the southern and eastern shores. Some appear larger than others, and one on the eastern side has a small notation that might say "protected," though the writing is difficult to read. But what strikes you most is what the map doesn't show, any indication of how to get off the island. No markings for harbours, landing sites, or shipping routes. This suggests the mapmaker either didn't expect to leave or didn't want others to leave easily. Tomorrow you'll attempt to reach the marked well. It's ambitious, probably a full day's hike through unknown terrain, but if there really is a reliable freshwater source in the island's interior, it could transform your survival situation. You spend the rest of the day preparing for the expedition. You practice with your fire starting, making sure you can quickly create fire with the limited fuel you'll be able to carry. You test different ways of carrying water, finally settling on both the bottle and the plastic container. You also create a more detailed trail marking system, practicing with charcoal on nearby trees. That evening, as you sit beside your fire studying the map once more, you feel something you haven't experienced since washing up on this beach: hope. Not just hope for survival, but hope that you might actually thrive here. Someone else figured out how to live on this island well enough to map it thoroughly. If they could do it, so can you. The journey to find the well begins before dawn. You've packed everything you think you'll need: both water containers, the remaining energy bars, the knife, materials for fire starting, and most importantly, the precious map. You've also brought several pieces of charcoal for marking your trail. Getting lost in the island's interior could be fatal. The route starts along the familiar path to your stream, but then continues inland up a gradual slope through increasingly dense jungle. The going is slow and exhausting. You have to cut through vines and push aside branches, and within an hour you're soaked with sweat and covered in small scratches from thorns. But the map proves remarkably accurate. Every landmark it shows, a distinctive rock formation, a fallen tree, a small clearing, appears exactly where indicated. Whoever drew this map knew the island intimately, and their careful work is guiding you safely through terrain that would otherwise be impenetrable. After 3 hours of steady climbing, you reach what the map indicates should be the well site. At first, you see nothing but more jungle, trees, vines, and the usual tangle of tropical vegetation. But then you notice something that doesn't quite fit. Stones arranged too neatly to be natural, partially hidden by decades of plant growth. Clearing away the vegetation reveals something extraordinary. It's not a traditional well, but rather a natural depression in the rock that's been carefully improved and expanded by human hands. Someone has built up the sides with fitted stones, creating a basin about 6 feet across and maybe 4 feet deep. And it's full of water. The water is dark but clear, fed by what appears to be a natural spring that bubbles up from cracks in the rock below. You test it cautiously. It's cold, clean, and completely fresh. This is a permanent, reliable water source that could support someone indefinitely. Around the well, you find other evidence of long-term habitation. Flat stones arranged like a work surface. The remains of what might have been a shelter, now mostly rotted away but with some structural elements still visible. Charcoal deposits that suggest regular fires were built here. Someone lived here. Not just survived, but established a semi-permanent residence with this well as the centerpiece. The location makes sense. It's elevated enough to stay dry during storms, hidden from view by the jungle canopy, and centered on the island with access to multiple areas. As you sit beside the well, filling your containers with the sweet cold water, you realize you've discovered something that changes all your calculations about survival on this island. You're not just a castaway trying to stay alive until rescue comes. You're potentially the latest in a series of people who have called this place home. The afternoon journey back to your beach camp gives you time to think about what this discovery means. Do you relocate your camp to be near this reliable water source? Do you continue exploring to see what other resources the map might reveal? And most pressing of all, what happened to the person who built this well and drew the map that led you here? Back at your beach camp, you spread the map out beside your fire and study it with new understanding. The person who drew this wasn't just passing through, they were planning for a long stay, possibly permanent residence. The well represents months or even years of work, carefully improving a natural feature into something that could sustain life indefinitely. This realization forces you to confront a question you've been avoiding. What if rescue never comes? What if this island isn't just a temporary survival situation, but your new home? The previous inhabitant clearly faced the same question and chose to build rather than simply endure. You examine the map more carefully, looking for clues about what happened to them. There are no dates on the map, no personal notes, nothing to indicate when it was drawn or why it was sealed in a bottle. The paper is old, certainly, but whether that means months or years or decades, you can't tell. What you can tell is that they were methodical and intelligent. Every marking on the map serves a purpose: water sources, resource locations, geographical features that would be important for navigation or shelter. This wasn't drawn by someone desperate and panicked, but by someone who had accepted their situation and was making the best of it. The question of relocating your camp becomes more pressing as you consider the advantages of the well site. It's a reliable water source that doesn't require the constant work of boiling and purifying. It's hidden from view, which could be important if there are dangers you haven't discovered yet. And it's centrally located, giving you better access to all parts of the island. But there are disadvantages too. It's inland, away from the beach where debris continues to wash up and where any rescue vessels would most likely spot you. It's also further from the tide pools you discovered and from the ocean itself, which provides both food and the possibility of signaling for help. As evening approaches, you make a compromise decision. You'll establish a secondary camp at the well site, but maintain your beach camp as well. This will give you the best of both worlds: reliable water inland and access to marine resources and potential rescue on the coast. You spend the evening planning the logistics of maintaining two camps. You'll need to split your supplies, establish travel routes between them, and create systems for moving resources back and forth. It's ambitious, but the well discovery has given you new confidence in your ability to not just survive, but to establish a real life here. Before you sleep, you roll the map carefully and place it back in the bottle, but don't seal it. This map is now your most valuable possession, and you'll need to refer to it constantly as you continue exploring the island and uncovering its secrets. Your first week on the island concludes with a major construction project, building a more permanent shelter near the well site. You've decided that this will become your primary residence, with the beach camp serving as a supply depot and signaling station. The work is exhausting but satisfying. Using techniques that are part memory, part experimentation, and part desperation, You begin constructing what amounts to a small cabin. You start with a raised platform, lashing together the straightest pieces of driftwood you can find and elevating it on posts driven into the ground. This will keep you dry during storms and away from any insects or small animals that might be active at ground level. The frame comes together slowly. You're learning as you go, making mistakes and figuring out corrections. Your lashing technique improves with practice, and you develop a system for measuring and cutting that makes the work more efficient. Each small success, a corner that's actually square, a joint that holds firm, feels like a major victory. For the roof, you experiment with different approaches to thatching, using palm fronds and other broad leaves. The technique is more complex than you initially thought. The fronds need to be layered like shingles, overlapping in a specific pattern that sheds water effectively. Your first attempts leak badly, but gradually you figure out the proper angle and overlap. While working, you find more evidence of the previous inhabitant. Cut marks on trees that are too clean to be natural damage. Stones that have been moved and arranged for purposes you can't quite determine. Most intriguingly, you discover what appears to be a small garden plot, now overgrown but with clear signs of having been deliberately cleared and cultivated. The garden area is maybe 20 feet square, located in a natural clearing that gets good sunlight but is protected from the strongest winds. The soil feels different here, richer and looser than the surrounding jungle floor. When you dig down a few inches, you find what looks like charcoal mixed into the earth, suggesting someone was deliberately improving the soil quality. This discovery raises new possibilities. If the previous resident was growing food, you might be able to do the same. You examine the overgrown area carefully, looking for any plants that might be descendants of whatever was cultivated here. You find several that don't match the surrounding jungle vegetation, plants that might be edible, though you'll need to test them carefully. As your shelter takes shape over several days, you establish routines that divide your time between the well site and the beach camp. Mornings are usually spent on construction and maintenance at the well. Afternoons are for trips to the beach to gather supplies, check for new debris, and scan the horizon for any sign of rescue vessels. The physical work is demanding, but you can feel yourself getting stronger and more capable. Your hands develop calluses, your stamina improves, and you begin to move through the jungle with increasing confidence and efficiency. While gathering materials for your shelter construction, you make a discovery that stops you cold. You're cutting vines about a quarter-mile from the well site when you notice something that doesn't belong in the natural landscape. A tree with deliberate cut marks, far too precise and numerous to be animal damage. Examining the cuts more closely, you realize they're not random. They form a pattern, parallel lines carved into the bark at roughly shoulder height, with what appears to be a counting system. Groups of 4 vertical lines, with a 5th line cutting diagonally across them. Someone was keeping track of something here, marking time or counting events. The tree itself is large and old, and the cuts have partially healed over with new bark growth, suggesting they were made years ago. But they're still clearly visible, and they tell a story of someone methodically recording information over an extended period. You follow a hunch and begin searching the area around the marked tree more systematically. Within a few minutes, you find more evidence of human presence, a clearing that's too regular to be natural, with stumps showing clean saw cuts rather than storm damage. Stones arranged in what might have been fire rings, and most significantly, the remains of what was clearly a substantial shelter. It's mostly collapsed now, reduced to a framework of posts and beams that are slowly being reclaimed by the jungle. But the construction is sophisticated, joints that show real carpentry skill, a design that would have provided substantial protection from weather. This wasn't a survival shelter like you're building, but a home intended for long-term residence. Near the collapsed shelter, you find artifacts that make your discovery even more intriguing. A rusted metal pot, much larger than your small salvaged one. The remains of what might have been furniture, wooden pieces that were once shaped for specific purposes, but are now too deteriorated to identify clearly. And buried under fallen leaves, a collection of tools that makes your folding knife seem primitive by comparison. The tools include a proper saw, now rusted but still recognizable, several chisels, and what might be carving tools. Most remarkably, a small anvil, just a block of metal, but clearly shaped for metalworking. This discovery changes your understanding of what's possible on this island. The previous resident wasn't just getting by, they were building a life, developing skills, creating infrastructure that could have supported them indefinitely. The level of organization and planning evident in these remains suggests someone who had not only accepted their situation, but had thrived in it. As you carefully examine each artifact, you're struck by a sobering thought. If this person was so well established, so capable of island life, what happened to them? The shelter and tools are abandoned, clearly unused for a significant time. Did they eventually get rescued? Did they try to leave and fail? Or did something else entirely change their situation? The questions multiply as you explore the area, but one thing becomes clear. You're not the first person to call this island home, and if you choose to stay, you won't be starting from nothing. You're inheriting the work and knowledge of someone who came before. You establish a new routine that balances construction work with documentation of your discoveries. Using pieces of charcoal on flat sections of bark, you begin keeping a journal, partly to record useful information, but also to maintain some connection to the civilized world you remember. The act of writing, even with primitive materials, helps keep your mind sharp and focused. Your journal entries start simple: weather observations, notes about which foods seem safe, records of your shelter construction progress. But increasingly you find yourself writing about the mysteries you're uncovering. The previous resident becomes a constant presence in your thoughts, someone you've never met, but whose work guides almost every decision you make. The shelter construction accelerates as you incorporate techniques suggested by the remains of the original builder's home. You notice how they positioned their structure to take advantage of prevailing breezes while staying protected from storm winds. You copy their method of creating drainage around the foundation, and you adapt their technique for securing the roof thatching. Your new home takes shape as something that's functional rather than beautiful, but solid and weather-resistant. The raised platform keeps you dry and provides storage space underneath. The slanted roof sheds water efficiently, and the walls, while simple, provide real protection from wind and rain. As the shelter nears completion, you turn your attention to other necessities. Food storage becomes a priority as you learn to preserve fish and fruit for longer periods. You construct simple drying racks using the previous resident's design, and you experiment with smoking meat over low fires, a technique that requires patience but produces food that stays edible for days. Water storage also improves dramatically. You create a system of containers that allows you to maintain several days' worth of drinking water at your inland camp, reducing the need for constant trips to collect and purify water. You even attempt to recreate some of the more sophisticated tools you found, using metal salvaged from the wreckage and techniques you half remember or figure out through trial and error. The work is satisfying in a way you hadn't expected. Each problem solved, each improvement made, gives you a sense of accomplishment that's different from anything you remember from your previous life. There's something pure about survival. Success is measured in simple, immediate terms. Did you stay dry last night? Do you have clean water to drink? Is there food for tomorrow? Your hands grow harder and more skilled. Your body adapts to the physical demands of island life. But perhaps most importantly, your mind begins to shift from thinking about temporary survival to considering permanent residence. Not because you've given up hope of rescue, but because you're discovering that life here has its own rewards and satisfactions. Each evening, as you sit beside your fire, reviewing the day's work and planning tomorrow's tasks, you feel a growing confidence that whatever happens, you can make a life here. It might not be the life you planned, but it's becoming a life you can respect. Two weeks into your island residence, you decide it's time for your first major exploration beyond the well area. According to the map, the eastern side of the island offers different terrain and potentially different resources. You prepare for what might be a multi-day expedition, the most ambitious journey you've attempted since arriving. Your pack includes enough food and water for 3 days, fire-starting materials, the precious map, and tools for both survival and documentation. You've also created a more sophisticated trail marking system, using both charcoal marks and small cairns of stacked stones that should be visible even if vegetation grows over your charcoal marks. The route to the eastern shore takes you through the most challenging terrain you've encountered yet. The jungle is denser here, with fewer animal trails to follow and more obstacles to navigate around. Massive fallen trees create barriers that require significant detours. Steep ravines force careful consideration of safe crossing points. But the map proves accurate once again, showing you the safest routes and warning you away from areas that would be impassable. The previous resident clearly explored every inch of this island and recorded their knowledge with remarkable precision. You begin to appreciate not just their practical skills, but their intelligence and thoroughness. After 6 hours of steady travel, you break through the jungle onto the eastern beach. The contrast with your familiar western shore is dramatic. Where your beach is sandy and gently curved, this coastline is rocky and dramatic, with cliffs rising directly from the water and small coves tucked between headlands. The eastern shore also faces different weather patterns. The waves here are larger and more aggressive, suggesting this side bears the brunt of storms and prevailing winds. But tucked into the protected coves, you discover tide pools that are larger and more diverse than anything you found on the northern shore. These tide pools contain creatures you haven't seen before. Larger crabs, different varieties of shellfish, sea anemones in brilliant colors, and small fish trapped in the pools during low tide. It's like discovering an underwater garden, and you realize this could be a major protein source if you can figure out safe ways to harvest and transport the catch back to your camps. You also discover why the map marked one particular cove as protected. It's a natural harbor, sheltered from the worst weather by surrounding cliffs, but with a narrow opening that allows smaller boats to enter safely. If you ever manage to build a seaworthy vessel, this would be the ideal launching point. The afternoon is spent exploring 3 different coves and beginning to understand the rhythms of this different ecosystem. The tides here are more dramatic, the difference between high and low water more extreme. This creates both opportunities and dangers, amazing access to marine resources at low tide, but potentially deadly conditions if you're caught in the wrong place when the tide returns. As evening approaches, you make camp in the protected cove, building a fire well above the high tide line and settling in for your first night away from your established camps. The sound of waves against rock is different from the gentle surf you're used to, more dramatic and urgent. Your exploration of the eastern shore reveals why the previous resident chose to establish their main camp inland rather than on either coast. This side of the island is spectacular but dangerous, with weather that can change rapidly and tides that create hazardous conditions without warning. Yet it also offers resources that could be crucial for long-term survival. The morning brings low tide, and your first opportunity to safely explore the largest tide pool complex. Working carefully and always keeping an eye on the water level, you learn to identify which creatures are safe to collect and which to avoid. The large crabs require careful handling but provide substantial meat. Certain shellfish are clearly healthy and abundant, while others show signs that suggest they might be toxic. You develop a harvesting system that allows you to collect enough protein for several days, while leaving enough creatures to maintain the population. It's a delicate balance. Take too much, and you'll deplete the resource. Take too little, and you're not making the difficult journey worthwhile. The work also teaches you about the complex ecosystem of the tide pools. Everything is connected. The sea anemones provide shelter for small fish. The crabs clean up debris that keeps the pools healthy. The various shellfish filter the water and provide food for larger predators. It's a miniature world that operates according to rules you're just beginning to understand. While working among the tide pools, you make another discovery that adds to the mystery of the previous resident. Carved into a flat rock face near the largest pool is what appears to be a calendar or counting system, rows of marks that seem to track lunar cycles or seasonal changes. The carving is old but still clear, suggesting someone spent considerable time here and needed to track time accurately. Near the carved calendar, you find evidence of regular visits, a fire ring positioned to be sheltered from wind, flat rocks arranged as a work surface, and most intriguingly, the remains of what appears to be a drying rack specifically designed for preserving seafood. The previous resident wasn't just visiting this area occasionally, they were making regular expeditions to harvest and process marine resources. This discovery changes your understanding of how to live successfully on the island. It's not enough to establish one camp and try to find everything you need nearby. The island's resources are distributed, and thriving here requires understanding the entire ecosystem and moving between different areas to harvest what each has to offer. You spend your second night on the eastern shore processing your harvest and planning how to incorporate regular trips to this area into your survival routine. The trip is too long and difficult to make frequently, but the protein resources here are too valuable to ignore. You'll need to plan expeditions carefully, timing them with weather and tides, and developing better techniques for preserving and transporting what you collect. As you sit beside your fire, looking out over the moonlit water and listening to the crash of waves against the cliffs, you realize that your understanding of survival has evolved. You're no longer just trying to stay alive until rescue comes. You're learning to live as part of this island's ecosystem, understanding its rhythms and seasons, and developing the skills to thrive in harmony with the natural world around you. The journey back from the eastern shore takes on the character of a supply expedition rather than simple exploration. Your pack is heavy with preserved seafood, and you've learned to identify several new edible plants that grow along the inland route. Each step teaches you something new about moving efficiently through the island's terrain while carrying substantial loads. You've also begun thinking systematically about the island's geography and resources. The map was accurate, but it was drawn by someone with different priorities than yours. You start creating your own annotations, marking the best routes between areas, noting seasonal changes in water sources, and identifying locations that could serve as emergency shelters during bad weather. Your mental map of the island is becoming sophisticated enough that you can plan multi-day expeditions with confidence. You know where to find water, where to expect difficult terrain, and how long each segment of travel should take. More importantly, you're learning to read the signs that predict weather changes and adjust your plans accordingly. Back at your well site camp, you establish new routines for processing and storing the resources you've gathered. The seafood requires careful preservation. Some can be dried, some smoked, and some needs to be consumed quickly. You develop systems for each type, learning through experimentation what works and what leads to spoilage. The work also gives you time to think about larger questions. How long do you plan to stay here? What would it take to build a vessel capable of reaching other land? Are there resources on the island that could support not just survival, but actual prosperity? These aren't immediate survival questions anymore. You have reliable water, adequate food, and solid shelter. The questions now are about what kind of life you want to build here, and whether that life should be temporary or permanent. You spend an entire day creating a comprehensive inventory of everything you know about the island's resources. Water sources, food sources, materials for construction and tool making, strategic locations for different types of activities. The list is longer than you expected, and it reveals something important. This island could support a much higher quality of life than you're currently living. Their abandoned camp showed evidence of metalworking, sophisticated food preservation, and construction techniques that went well beyond basic survival. They weren't just getting by, they were building a civilization for one. That evening, as you review your inventory by firelight, you make a decision that feels momentous. You're going to stop thinking of yourself as a castaway waiting for rescue and start thinking of yourself as a colonist building a new life. This doesn't mean giving up hope of eventual rescue, but it does mean investing in long-term projects and developing skills that assume you'll be here for years rather than weeks. The psychological shift is profound. Instead of just maintaining yourself until rescue comes, you're now planning to thrive, regardless of whether rescue ever arrives. A week of heavy storms tests every aspect of your survival systems and teaches you respect for the island's seasonal patterns. The weather arrives with little warning. What starts as increased wind and cloud cover rapidly develops into 3 days of driving rain and dangerous winds that make any outdoor activity hazardous. Your shelter holds up well, proving that the construction techniques you learned from the previous residents' remains were sound. The raised platform keeps you dry, the roof sheds water efficiently, and the walls provide real protection from the wind. But the storms also reveal weaknesses in your systems that need attention. Water collection works almost too well. Your containers overflow rapidly, and you realize you need better systems for managing surplus water during wet periods. Food storage becomes critical when you can't forage for 3 straight days. You learn the hard way which preservation methods actually work long-term, and which leave you with spoiled food when you most need reliable nutrition. The storms also provide unexpected benefits. New debris washes up on your beaches, including some pieces of metal and rope that significantly upgrade your tool-making capabilities. The heavy rains fill natural depressions with fresh water, giving you backup sources that reduce your dependence on the well during dry periods. Most importantly, the enforced confinement gives you time to think and plan without the constant pressure of immediate survival tasks. You use the time to refine your mental maps of the island, plan future expeditions, and design improvements to your camps and equipment. You also spend considerable time thinking about the previous resident. The storms make clear why they chose to establish their main camp in the protected inland location rather than on any of the beaches. The weather here can be severe enough to destroy anything that isn't solidly built and carefully positioned. But the storms also raise questions about their ultimate fate. Did they survive seasons of weather like this for years, only to be defeated by some other challenge? Did they eventually attempt to leave the island during a particularly severe storm season? Or did they simply decide that a life of isolation, however comfortable, wasn't worth continuing? When the weather finally clears, you emerge from your shelter with a new appreciation for the island's power and unpredictability. The jungle looks different after the storms, greener and more lush, but also more wild and untamed. Several large trees have fallen, creating new obstacles, but also providing new sources of construction material. Your first priority is checking your other camps and supply caches. The beach camp has suffered some damage. Part of your emergency shelter has been destroyed, and some supplies have been scattered or damaged by wind and rain. But the damage is repairable, and you realize that maintaining multiple camps provides important redundancy against weather-related disasters. You spend the next several days repairing storm damage and improving your weather resistance based on what you learned during the storms. Each improvement makes you more confident about surviving future weather events, but also more committed to staying long enough to face them. In the aftermath of the storms, you discover something that changes your perspective on both the island's dangers and its possibilities. While collecting new debris from the beach, you find what appears to be part of a ship's mast, not from your own vessel, but from something much larger and more substantial. The timber is old and weathered, but the construction is sophisticated. Metal fittings that you recognize as being from a sailing ship, carved details that suggest a vessel of considerable size and value. Most intriguingly, you find carved into the wood what appears to be a name, Meridian, in letters that were once painted but are now just faint traces in the carved grooves. This discovery raises profound questions about your island's location and history. You're clearly not in some remote, uncharted area. Ships have passed this way before, and at least one has been wrecked here. The previous resident whose tools and camp you discovered might not have been the only other person to find themselves stranded here. You begin examining the shoreline more systematically, looking for other evidence of past wrecks. What you find is sobering, scattered pieces of metal and wood that clearly come from multiple vessels, spanning what appears to be decades or even longer. Some pieces are so old and weathered that they're barely recognizable as having human origin. Your island, you realize, is not just a random piece of land in the ocean. It's located along what must be a shipping route, in an area where storms or navigation hazards have claimed multiple vessels over time. This explains why the previous resident was so skilled and well-equipped. They might have had access to resources from several wrecks, not just their own. But this discovery also suggests something more troubling. If ships pass this way regularly enough for multiple wrecks to occur, Why hasn't anyone ever been rescued from this island? What prevents ships from spotting survivors or landing to provide assistance? You spend the day exploring the coastline with new eyes, trying to understand the navigation hazards that might make this area dangerous for ships. What you discover is that your island sits among a scattered group of smaller islands and rock formations that would be difficult to navigate safely, especially in bad weather or poor visibility. From most directions, the island would be hard to distinguish from the surrounding rocks and smaller land masses until a ship was already committed to a dangerous course. The safe approaches are limited and not obvious from a distance. It's an almost perfect trap for unwary vessels. This understanding brings both hope and concern. Hope because it means you're not in some completely isolated area where no ships ever pass. Concern because it suggests that even if ships do pass nearby, the local navigation hazards might prevent them from providing rescue even if they spot your signals. That evening, you begin planning a more systematic approach to signaling for rescue. Simple fires on the beach might not be enough. You need signals that are visible from a distance and clearly indicate human presence, not just natural phenomena. The previous residents' experience suggests that passive waiting for rescue might not be effective. You need to take active steps to make rescue possible. You also begin planning your first attempt at building a seaworthy vessel. If rescue ships can't safely approach the island, you might need to reach them instead. The boat-building project begins with the sobering realization that you're attempting something that could mean the difference between escape and death. Unlike shelter construction or food gathering, where mistakes are uncomfortable but not fatal, a poorly built vessel could kill you miles from shore with no possibility of rescue. You start by studying every piece of maritime debris you can find, trying to understand the construction techniques used in real ships. The timber from the Meridian becomes your textbook, showing you how professional shipwrights joined wood, sealed gaps, and created structures strong enough to survive ocean conditions. Your first attempts are deliberately small and simple, basically rafts that you can test in the protected waters of your home bay. Using the straightest pieces of driftwood you can find, you experiment with different lashing techniques and try to understand how to create a platform that's both stable and maneuverable. The initial results are discouraging. Your first raft falls apart within minutes of launching. The second stays together but spins uncontrollably in even light currents. The third is stable enough for testing, but so heavy that you can barely move it on land, let alone paddle it effectively in water. Each failure teaches you something important about marine engineering. Weight distribution affects stability. The shape of the hull determines how the craft moves through water. The method of propulsion, paddle, sail, or pole, dictates much of the design. Most critically, you learn that building something seaworthy requires materials and techniques you don't currently possess. But the failures also clarify what you need to accomplish before attempting a serious escape vessel. You need better tools for woodworking, stronger and more flexible materials for lashing, and a much deeper understanding of how boats actually work. Most importantly, you need a workspace where you can build something large enough to handle open ocean conditions. The protected cove on the eastern shore emerges as the obvious choice for serious boat construction. It offers deeper water for testing, natural windbreaks for working in various weather conditions, and, most importantly, a clear route to open ocean that doesn't require navigating through the rock formations that make rescue approaches so dangerous. You begin planning a major expedition to establish a boat-building workshop at the Eastern Cove. This will require moving tools and materials across the island, creating shelter and storage at the new site, and developing techniques for working with much larger pieces of timber than you've handled before. The project also forces you to think seriously about what kind of voyage you're planning. A vessel capable of reaching the nearest shipping lanes might need to cover dozens or even hundreds of miles of open ocean. The boat would need to carry enough water and food for several days at sea, remain stable in rough weather, and be manageable by a single person with limited sailing experience. As you examine the materials available to you, the scope of the challenge becomes clear. This isn't a project you can complete in weeks or even months. Building a truly seaworthy vessel will require the better part of a year, assuming everything goes well and you don't encounter major setbacks. That evening, as you sit beside your fire sketching rough boat designs with charcoal on bark, you realize you've crossed another psychological threshold. You're no longer just surviving or even thriving, you're planning to engineer your own rescue. Three weeks into your residency on the island, you experience something that drives home the isolation and uncertainty of your situation. You spot what might be a ship on the horizon. The sighting occurs during your morning routine at the beach camp, just as you're checking for overnight debris and scanning the horizon for weather changes. At first, you're not sure what you're seeing. A dark speck appears and disappears among the distant swells, too far away to make out details, but moving in a way that suggests human origin rather than natural phenomena. Your heart rate accelerates as you realize this could be your first opportunity for rescue. You race to build the largest signal fire you can manage, piling driftwood and dried vegetation into a structure that should produce visible smoke even in daylight. Your hands shake as you work with the lighter, and it takes several attempts to get the fire started properly. When it finally catches, you feed it everything flammable you can find, creating a column of smoke that rises straight up in the still morning air. For nearly an hour, you maintain the fire and watch the distant speck, willing it to change course toward your island. You wave pieces of bright fabric, arrange rocks into SOS patterns on the sand, and do everything you can think of to make your presence obvious to anyone scanning the horizon with binoculars. But gradually, it becomes clear that the ship, if it was a ship, is continuing on its original course. The speck grows smaller and eventually disappears completely, leaving you alone on the beach with a dying fire and the crushing realization that being so close to rescue but unable to achieve it might be worse than having no hope of rescue at all. The disappointment is profound and disorienting. For an hour, rescue seemed possible, even likely. You had allowed yourself to imagine hot food, clean clothes, communication with the outside world, and return to your former life. Having that possibility snatched away leaves you feeling more isolated than before the sighting occurred. But the experience also teaches you important lessons about rescue signaling. Your fire was visible to you, but was it large enough to be spotted from 10 or 20 miles away? Would smoke be visible against a cloudy sky or in different lighting conditions? Are there better locations on the island for signal fires? Places with higher elevation or better visibility in multiple directions? You spend the afternoon exploring potential signal locations, particularly the higher ground in the island's interior. What you discover is that several hilltops offer commanding views of the surrounding ocean, and signal fires positioned there would be visible from much greater distances than anything you could create at beach level. The sighting also motivates you to think more systematically about rescue strategies. Passive signaling, fires that you build when you happen to spot a ship, clearly isn't sufficient. You need permanent signals that operate continuously, systems that don't depend on your being in the right place at the right time. That evening, You begin planning a network of signal stations across the island, positioned to be visible from ships approaching from any direction. It's an ambitious project, but the memory of watching a potential rescue sail away without seeing you provides all the motivation you need. The false rescue sighting catalyzes a period of intense activity focused on escape preparation. You establish a daily routine that balances immediate survival needs with longer-term projects aimed at getting off the island. Your days become carefully structured around water collection, food gathering, shelter maintenance, and what you start thinking of as escape work. The escape work includes signal fire preparation, boat design and testing, and systematic exploration of the island's highest points for permanent signal installations. You create supply caches at strategic locations, stockpiling materials you'll need for major construction projects, and ensuring you can work efficiently even during extended periods away from your main camps. Your exploration of the island's interior reveals terrain you hadn't previously discovered. Following ridgelines and animal trails, you climb to elevations that provide panoramic views of the surrounding ocean. From the highest peak, you can see for what must be dozens of miles in every direction, and you understand why this location would be ideal for permanent signaling. But the elevated exploration also confirms what you suspected about the island's position among hazardous waters. You can clearly see the scattered rocks, shoals, and smaller islands that would make navigation treacherous for any vessel attempting to approach. Your island sits at the center of what amounts to a maritime maze, accessible only to someone who knows the safe channels. This understanding helps explain both why ships get wrecked here and why rescue is so difficult. Even if a ship's crew spots your signals and wants to help, actually reaching the island safely would require local knowledge that few mariners would possess. The realization reinforces your decision to focus on building an escape vessel rather than simply waiting for rescue. If you can navigate away from the island in a small, maneuverable boat, you might be able to reach the clear water where rescue ships could safely operate. You begin stockpiling materials for serious boat construction, focusing on the longest, straightest pieces of timber you can find. The work is physically demanding. Some of the logs you need are massive, requiring elaborate systems of ropes and levers to move them from where you find them to where you need them for construction. But the physical challenge is satisfying in a way that surprises you. There's something deeply fulfilling about working with your hands on a project that could literally save your life. Each piece of timber shaped, each joint cut, each section of hull planked brings you closer to independence and the possibility of controlling your own fate. Your tool-making skills improve dramatically as the demands of boat construction push you to create better equipment. You learn to forge basic metalworking tools, using techniques adapted from the abandoned materials you found at the previous residence camp. Your cutting tools become sharper and more durable, your measuring and marking more precise. As your first month on the island draws to a close, you take inventory not just of your supplies and shelters, but of your capabilities and knowledge. The scared, disoriented castaway who washed up on this beach 4 weeks ago has been replaced by someone who can make tools, build shelters, navigate jungle terrain, and plan complex engineering projects. You're no longer just surviving. You're becoming someone who could actually thrive in this environment indefinitely if necessary. But more importantly, you're becoming someone with the skills and knowledge to engineer your own escape. Your food preservation experiments yield both successes and failures, that teach you the critical importance of reliable nutrition for long-term survival. Working with the techniques you've observed from the previous residents' remains, and adapting methods you half remember from your former life, you develop systems for extending the useful life of both plant and animal foods. Smoking proves to be the most reliable method for preserving fish and crabs from your tide pool harvests. You construct a simple smoking chamber using stones and salvaged metal, learning through trial and error how to maintain the right temperature and smoke density to properly cure meat without cooking it. The process requires constant attention for 12 to 16 hours, but produces food that remains edible for weeks when stored properly. Fruit preservation is more challenging and requires different approaches for different types of produce. Some fruits dry well when sliced thin and exposed to sun and air. Others ferment into alcoholic beverages that, while intoxicating, also provide calories and remain safe to consume long after fresh fruit would spoil. A few types can be processed into pastes that keep well when sealed in containers made from gourds or salvaged containers. Your experiments also teach you about food storage systems that protect preserved foods from insects, rodents, and moisture. You develop techniques for creating sealed containers, elevated storage that animals can't reach, and rotation systems that ensure you consume older stores before they deteriorate. But not all experiments succeed. You lose significant quantities of food to spoilage, insect infestation, and techniques that simply don't work in the island's climate. Each failure represents not just wasted effort, but also lost nutrition that you can't easily replace. The failures teach you to be more conservative in your experiments and to maintain larger reserves of foods preserved by proven methods. The preservation work also gives you insight into the seasonal patterns that affect food availability. Certain fruits ripen at predictable times. Tide pool harvests are better during specific lunar phases, and weather patterns affect both the abundance and the quality of available foods. Understanding these cycles allows you to plan preservation work for times when food is abundant, creating reserves for periods when fresh food is scarce. As your food security improves, you find yourself able to dedicate more time and energy to longer-term projects. Knowing that you have several weeks' worth of preserved food stored safely allows you to spend consecutive days working on boat construction or signal station development without constantly worrying about immediate nutrition needs. The psychological impact of food security is as important as the nutritional benefits. Having reliable access to adequate food removes one of the most basic survival stresses, allowing your mind to focus on planning and problem solving rather than constantly calculating where your next meal will come from. Your preserved food stores also represent a form of wealth and independence that changes how you think about your situation. Instead of being at the mercy of daily foraging success, you have resources that could sustain you through extended periods of bad weather, injury, or focus on projects that don't directly contribute to immediate survival. As you organize your growing food stores, you realize that you've achieved something the previous resident clearly understood: the transition from day-to-day survival to genuine food security that enables long-term planning and ambitious projects. Your second major expedition takes you to the western side of the island, terrain that the map indicates, but that you haven't yet explored systematically. The journey reveals landscape that's different from both the eastern cliffs and the central jungle, offering new resources and new challenges for your expanding understanding of the island's possibilities. The western shore is characterized by a series of sea caves carved into limestone cliffs by centuries of wave action. Some caves are accessible only at low tide, while others extend deep enough into the cliff face to provide shelter even during storms. The map's notation about fresh water in one of these caves proves accurate. You discover a cave system where freshwater springs emerge from the rock face, creating pools of clean drinking water well above the reach of ocean tides. This discovery provides you with a third major water source, reducing your dependence on both the central well and your beach-level stream. But more importantly, the cave system offers possibilities for long-term storage and workshop space that could be crucial for major construction projects. The largest cave extends nearly 100 feet into the cliff, with a ceiling high enough for you to stand upright and multiple chambers that remain dry even during heavy storms. Natural shelves in the rock provide storage space, and the constant temperature makes it ideal for preserving both food and materials that might deteriorate in the variable conditions of your outdoor camps. But the cave system also contains evidence that makes you reassess everything you thought you understood about the island's history. In the deepest chamber, well beyond the reach of any storm surge, you find what can only be described as a workshop. Not the primitive tool collection you discovered at the inland camp, but a sophisticated operation that suggests serious, long-term industrial activity. The workshop contains tools and equipment that are far more advanced than anything you've found elsewhere on the island. A forge with bellows, anvils of different sizes, and metalworking tools that show signs of regular use over extended periods. Woodworking benches with precision cutting and measuring tools. Most remarkably, what appears to be the partially completed hull of a substantial boat, far larger and more sophisticated than anything you've attempted. The boat hull shows craftsmanship that goes well beyond survival improvisation. The wood is carefully selected and precisely joined. The design shows understanding of advanced marine engineering principles, and the scale suggests a vessel capable of extended ocean voyages. But it's also clearly unfinished, and has been abandoned for what appears to be a considerable time. Near the boat hull, you find personal items that provide the first real clues about the previous resident's identity and fate. A leather journal, water-damaged but partially readable, contains entries that span several years of island residence. Tools that are clearly personal possessions rather than improvised survival gear. Most soberly, what appears to be a grave marker with dates that suggest the previous resident died here rather than escaping or being rescued. As you examine these discoveries by torchlight, you realize that you're not just following in the footsteps of another castaway, but inheriting the life's work of someone who spent years developing the infrastructure and skills necessary for island life. The unfinished boat suggests they were working toward escape right up until whatever prevented them from completing the project. The discovery is both inspiring and sobering. Inspiring because it proves that sophisticated engineering projects are possible with the island's resources. Sobering because it suggests that even someone with years of experience and advanced skills didn't succeed in escaping. The cave workshop becomes your most important discovery since the bottle map, not just for its resources, but for what it teaches you about the previous residents' final years. Spending a full day carefully examining the workshop and reading the legible portions of the journal, you piece together a story that's both remarkable and tragic. The journal entries, written in the same careful handwriting as the map, span what appears to be nearly a decade of island residence. The early entries describe familiar struggles: establishing shelter, finding water, learning to preserve food. But the later entries reveal someone who had moved far beyond basic survival to create what amounts to a one-person civilization. The previous resident, who refers to himself only as M in the journal, had developed systems for metalworking that allowed him to create sophisticated tools and hardware. His woodworking had advanced to furniture making and precision joinery. Most impressively, he had established what amounted to sustainable manufacturing capabilities, turning raw island materials into finished goods that could support an advanced lifestyle. But the journal also reveals the psychological toll of extended isolation. Early entries are optimistic and focused on practical matters. Later entries become increasingly philosophical, dwelling on questions about the meaning of solitary life and the value of achievements that no one else will ever see. The final readable entries suggest someone who had achieved remarkable self-sufficiency but was struggling with depression and a sense of purposelessness. The unfinished boat represents M's final project, begun in what the journal suggests was his 8th year on the island. The design is ambitious, a vessel large enough to carry supplies for an extended voyage, sophisticated enough to handle serious ocean conditions, and equipped with sail and steering systems that would allow single-handed operation across hundreds of miles of open water. But the project was never completed. Based on the journal dates and the amount of work remaining on the hull, M appears to have died while the boat was perhaps 6 months from completion. The grave marker you found confirms this, dates indicating he lived on the island for nearly 9 years before his death. The workshop contains everything needed to complete M's boat, and his journal includes detailed notes about the construction techniques and remaining work. You realize that you've inherited not just tools and materials, but a complete blueprint for escaping the island using methods that took someone nearly a decade to develop. But you've also inherited a sobering lesson about the psychological challenges of long-term isolation. M's journal makes clear that technical success in island living doesn't automatically translate to psychological well-being. Even someone who had achieved remarkable self-sufficiency eventually struggled with depression and loss of motivation. As you organize M's tools and study his boat design, you understand that you're facing the same fundamental choice he faced: commit to island life as a permanent situation and find ways to make it psychologically sustainable, or focus everything on escape while you still have the motivation and hope necessary to sustain such an ambitious project. That evening, camping in the cave for the first time, you begin making plans to complete M's boat while also incorporating his other innovations into your own island infrastructure. You're no longer just a castaway trying to survive. You're the inheritor of nearly a decade of engineering and craftsmanship, with both the opportunity and the responsibility to build on what came before. As your first month on the island concludes, you take comprehensive inventory of your situation, your resources, and your prospects. The scared, disoriented survivor who washed ashore 4 weeks ago has been replaced by someone with multiple camps, reliable food and water sources, sophisticated tool-making capabilities, and most importantly, a clear plan for engineering. An escape. Your beach camp serves as a supply depot and primary signaling station, positioned to take advantage of marine resources and maintain visibility for any rescue opportunities. Your inland camp at the well provides secure shelter and serves as your main residence, offering protection from storms and access to the island's central resource areas. The cave workshop gives you manufacturing capabilities that could support projects ranging from advanced boat construction to permanent signal installations. The resource inventory is substantial. You have identified and tested multiple water sources, developed reliable food preservation techniques, and created tool-making capabilities that allow you to manufacture equipment rather than simply improvising with salvaged materials. Most critically, you have inherited M's decade of engineering work, including detailed plans for a seaworthy vessel and the tools necessary to complete it. Your understanding of the island itself has evolved from seeing it as a prison to understanding it as a complex ecosystem that can support not just survival, but genuine prosperity for someone with the skills to work with its natural systems. You've learned the seasonal patterns that affect resource availability, the weather cycles that determine safe travel times, and the geographical features that offer both opportunities and hazards. But the month has also taught you about the psychological challenges of isolation and the importance of maintaining hope and purpose even when facing an indefinite stay. M's journal provides a roadmap not just for technical survival, but for the mental disciplines necessary to maintain motivation and psychological health during extended periods alone. Your plans for the second month are ambitious but achievable. Complete the move of essential tools and materials to the cave workshop. Begin serious work on M's boat design, starting with the hull sections that require the most complex joinery and metalwork. Establish permanent signal stations at the island's highest points, creating systems that don't depend on your constant attention. Most importantly, begin the transition from thinking like a temporary castaway to thinking like a permanent resident who happens to be working on an escape project. This psychological shift allows you to invest in long-term infrastructure improvements while maintaining the focus and motivation necessary for boat construction. As you sit in the cave workshop, reviewing M's journal by firelight and planning your work for the coming weeks, you feel something you haven't experienced since the shipwreck: genuine optimism about the future. Not just hope for rescue or survival, but confidence that you can build a life worth living, regardless of how long you remain here. You're no longer just surviving on this island, you're inheriting it, improving it, and preparing to master it completely. Whether that mastery eventually leads to escape or to a permanent new life remains to be seen. But either outcome now seems not just possible, but achievable through your own efforts and skills. The island that seemed like a death sentence a month ago has revealed itself to be something entirely different, an opportunity to discover capabilities you never knew you possessed and to build something meaningful with your own hands. You've survived your first month, but survival is just the beginning. You've learned to find water, to catch fish, to build shelter from the storm. But what you haven't learned yet is the most important lesson this island has to teach. You are not the first person to wash up on this beach. The debris you found wasn't just from your ship. Those tools scattered in the sand, they belonged to someone else. Someone who faced the same desperate choices you're facing now. Someone who learned the same hard lessons about survival and left behind something that will change everything you think you know about this place. Join us next time as you discover that the real challenge isn't learning to survive on a deserted island. It's learning to survive on an island where you're not alone, where someone else's story is about to become your inheritance, and where the line between salvation and betrayal is written in the sand. What happens when you realize the island's greatest resource isn't fresh water or food or shelter? What happens when you discover that someone else's desperate choices might become the key to your escape or the reason you never leave? Find out next time in episode 2, where you'll learn that sometimes the most dangerous discovery isn't what you find on a deserted island, it's finding out it was never deserted at all.
What if you woke up tomorrow in medieval London, but it wasn't the bustling trade centre from your history books? What if instead you found yourself in September 1348, when the Black Death had just begun its merciless harvest of souls? Tonight, you are the Nightwatchman, one of the few still brave enough or desperate enough to walk the plagued streets after curfew. Armed with only a lantern, a staff, and a horn to sound the alarm, you'll patrol from dusk until dawn through a city transforming into something unrecognizable. You'll witness red crosses appearing on familiar doors, step carefully around bodies awaiting the death carts, and make impossible choices between duty and compassion. You'll breathe in the smoke of supposed plague remedies, hear the endless tolling of church bells counting the dead, and encounter those who've abandoned all hope alongside those who cling to it desperately. This is London at its darkest hour, where a third of the population will perish, where the wealthy die as readily as the poor, and where survival depends as much on luck as on the vinegar-soaked cloth covering your face. So settle in, close your eyes, and let the curfew bell transport you back nearly 700 years to walk the moonlit cobblestones of a city under siege by an invisible enemy. Your watch begins now. You wake gradually in your small chamber above the ward office, the familiar ache in your bones reminding you of another night's duty ahead. The curfew bell of St. Mary le Bow begins its solemn toll, each strike reverberating through the timber frame of your modest quarters. 8 times it rings, marking the hour when all honest citizens must retreat behind barred doors, leaving the streets to the watch, the desperate, and the dead. Your straw pallet crackles as you rise, the September chill of 1348 seeping through the thin walls. The room smells of tallow and dried herbs. Bundles of rue and wormwood hang from the rafters, their bitter scent supposedly warred against the pestilence that arrived in London just 3 weeks past. Your fingers find the rough wool of your watchman's coat in the darkness, its weight familiar yet heavier each night as the burden of your duties grows with the mounting dead. The leather pouch at your belt contains the necessities of your trade, a stub of chalk for marking infected houses, dried vinegar-soaked cloth to cover your nose and mouth when the stench becomes unbearable, and a small vial of theriac, that ancient remedy of crushed vipers and honey that the apothecaries swear protects against the plague's evil humors. You know better than to trust it completely, but in these times even false hope serves a purpose. Your equipment waits by the door, the iron-headed staff that marks your authority, its length suited to keeping the infected at a distance while still commanding respect. The lantern, its horn panels yellowed with age, needs fresh tallow before the night's patrol. The horn hanging from a leather cord bears the city's arms, its brass surface worn smooth from your predecessor who died just last week, blood frothing from his mouth as the plague boil swelled in his neck. Through your small window, you observe the city below, transformed from the bustling trade center you once knew into something unrecognizable. The usual evening sounds of families settling for the night have been replaced by an oppressive quiet, broken only by occasional weeping and the distant rumble of death carts already beginning their grim harvest. You descend the narrow wooden stairs, each step announcing your movement with a hollow creak that echoes in the empty ward office below. The main room, which once buzzed with the administrative business of the district, now serves as a makeshift recording station for the plague dead. Parchments stack high on the oak table, each one listing names, addresses, and dates, a growing testament to the pestilence's hunger. The inkpot sits uncovered, its surface skinned over from lack of use since the day clerk fled the city with his family 5 days ago. Your lantern requires attention before venturing out. You lift it carefully, feeling the weight of the iron frame and the leather straps that allow you to carry it while keeping your hands free for your staff. The horn panels, Thin sheets scraped from cattle horns until nearly transparent protect the flame from London's persistent winds while still allowing light to escape. You work the tallow into place, a fresh candle that should last through your 8-hour watch. The smell of rendered fat mingles with the ever-present scent of death that has settled over the city like morning fog. Stepping through the heavy door onto Aldgate Street, the transformation of your familiar district strikes you anew. The merchant stalls that should be locked and shuttered for the night stand open and abandoned, their canvas covers flapping like burial shrouds in the evening breeze. Bolts of wool lie exposed to the elements, their rich colors, once worth a craftsman's monthly wage, now worthless as their owners either fled or perished. A child's wooden toy horse lies forgotten in a puddle, its painted smile a mockery of happier times, merely a month past. The weight of your equipment settles into a familiar rhythm as you begin your rounds. The staff's iron head taps against the cobblestones with each step, a metallic heartbeat that announces your presence to anyone listening from behind barred doors and shuttered windows. Your lantern swings gently, casting dancing shadows that make the empty street seem populated by ghosts of the commerce that once thrived here. The horn at your hip bounces with your movement, ready to sound the alarm for fire, riot, or any of the dozen other catastrophes that threaten a city where normal order has begun to collapse under the weight of incomprehensible death. You begin your formal rounds by turning toward Houndsditch, where the first cluster of marked houses awaits your inspection. The red crosses painted on these doors have become as common as shop signs, each one accompanied by the plea, "Lord have mercy upon us," scrawled in uneven letters. The paint appears fresh on several doors, still glistening wet in your lantern light, marking families newly sealed inside for the mandatory 40 days of quarantine. From behind these barriers come the sounds that haunt every watchman's dreams. The low moaning of the sick, the desperate prayers of the healthy, and worst of all, the sudden silence that speaks of another soul departed. Your duty requires checking each sealed house, ensuring the markings remain intact and that none have attempted to break the quarantine. At the third house, you notice scratch marks around the edges of the door, fingernails having gouged the soft pine in someone's desperate attempt to escape their prison. The wood bears rusty brown stains, where bloody fingers worked at the barrier until exhaustion or death ended their efforts. You make a note in your mind to report this to the parish constable, though you know little will come of it. The living barely have resources to manage the living, let alone investigate the circumstances of the trapped dead. A muffled weeping draws your attention to a house bearing a cross so faded it must have been painted in the plague's first days. You approach carefully, standing at the distance your staff allows, and call out the traditional watchman's query. A woman's voice, hoarse from crying or sickness, responds that her husband and 2 children have passed, their bodies still inside with her, as she hasn't the strength to move them to the door for collection. She begs for water, for food, for someone to at least take the bodies so she doesn't have to see their faces turning black with settled blood. You set down your lantern and retrieve the chalk from your pouch, adding a notation beside the door that bodies await collection. It's all you can do. The death cart men will come when they come, and entering a plague house means certain quarantine or death for you as well. The woman's sobbing follows you as you continue down the street, each sealed door a tomb for the living and the dead alike, red crosses multiplying like a pox upon the face of London itself. You encounter your first corpse of the night, slumped in the narrow alley between a cobbler's shop and a bakery, the body positioned as if the person simply sat down to rest and never rose again. The flickering light of your lantern reveals a man of middle years, his guild badge marking him as a member of the worshipful company of fishmongers. His face bears the telltale signs, blackened fingers where he clutched his throat, dried blood crusted around his nose and mouth, and the infamous buboes swollen to the size of hen's eggs in his neck, their surfaces split and weeping, a foul-smelling pus that has soaked into his wool tunic. You maintain your distance while pulling the vinegar-soaked cloth from your pouch, tying it across your nose and mouth. The sharp acidic smell barely masks the sweet sick stench of death that grows stronger each night as bodies accumulate faster than they can be collected. Protocol demands you mark the location for the death carts that will pass through before dawn. Using your chalk, you draw the prescribed symbol on the nearest wall, a simple cross with the date and your watchman's mark, ensuring the collectors know this body has been recorded and isn't some murder victim requiring investigation. The man's purse remains at his belt, untouched despite the valuable silver coins visible through its loosened drawstring. Even London's thieves have learned to fear the plague's touch more than they desire wealth. You note how his hands clutch a small wooden cross, its edges worn smooth from desperate prayer. A letter peeks from his coat pocket, the wax seal unbroken. Perhaps final words to family who will never receive them, or business dealings that no longer matter in this new world where death renders all contracts void. You step back into the main street, leaving the fishmonger to await his final journey. Your ledger will record him simply as one body, fishmonger, found corner of Bread Street, plague signs evident. By morning, he'll be one of dozens loaded onto the carts, tumbled together regardless of station or wealth, united in death as they never were in life. The dignity of individual burial has become another casualty of the pestilence. The Great Plague pits outside the city walls make no distinction between beggar and merchant, all feeding the same lime-covered ground that struggles to contain London's dead. You continue your patrol into Cheapside Market, once the beating heart of London's commerce, now a grotting monument to abandoned prosperity. Your lantern light catches the metallic sheen of spoiled fish scales scattered across the cobblestones, their bodies long since consumed by the armies of rats that have inherited the market. The rodents move without fear, some as large as young cats, their sleek bodies gorged on the feast of abandonment. They barely scatter at your approach, their red eyes reflecting your light as they pause in their gnawing of rotted turnips and putrid meat that no one dares purchase or sell. The covered stalls tell stories of hasty flight. A merchant's counting table remains set with silver pennies scattered across its surface, the transaction forever incomplete. Bolts of Flemish cloth, worth small fortunes just weeks ago, now serve as nesting material for vermin. The spice merchant's stall releases clouds of peppercorn and cinnamon as rats burrow through the sacks, their contents mixing with excrement and decay into an unholy perfume that makes your eyes water even through your vinegar cloth. Your staff proves useful here, sweeping aside the bolder rats that dart toward your boots, perhaps mistaking you for another corpse to investigate. The ironmonger's stall displays its wares to empty air, cooking pots, knife blades, and farming tools that rust in the September damp. You notice how some items have been arranged into a crude message: God's punishment is upon us. Whether left by the fleeing merchant or arranged by some fevered soul seeking meaning in chaos, the words capture the city's growing despair. A crash from deeper in the market makes you freeze, hand instinctively moving to your horn. Your lantern swings as you investigate, revealing only a skeletal cat that has knocked over a pottery display while hunting. The poor creature, ribs visible through patchy fur, carries a dead rat nearly its own size. Even the predators struggle in this new ecosystem of death and abandonment. You watch it disappear into the shadows, understanding its desperate hunger. The city's cats and dogs, once fed by kindly shopkeepers and household scraps, now fend for themselves as their masters sicken or flee. The The great market cross stands at Cheapside's centre, its stone base covered in desperate messages chalked by citizens, prayers for mercy, names of the missing, offers to buy or sell remedies at impossible prices, and simple farewells from those who knew their time had come. You're drawn from reading these desperate scrawls by the sound of metal against stone, the distinctive scrape of grave robbers at work. Following the noise towards St. Paul's churchyard, you quicken your pace while maintaining caution. The cathedral's massive silhouette blocks the stars, its spire a black finger pointing toward a heaven that seems to have abandoned London. Your lantern light catches movement among the headstones, 3 figures hunched over a fresh mound of earth, their spades working efficiently to reach whatever valuables were buried with the deceased. You announce yourself with the traditional watchman's call, your voice carrying authority despite the cloth covering your mouth. The grave robbers freeze, their faces pale in your light, dirt caking their hands and clothes. 2 are young men, perhaps apprentices whose masters have died or fled, leaving them without legitimate means of survival. The 3rd is an older woman, her once respectable dress now mud-stained and torn. They don't run immediately, calculating whether you'll pursue them through a churchyard full of plague dead. Your staff strikes the ground hard, the iron head ringing against a flat grave marker. You remind them that disturbing Christian burial is both crime and sin, that the bishop has pronounced excommunication upon any who violate the plague dead. The younger men exchange glances, their spades dropping from nerveless fingers. The woman, however, stands straighter, desperation overtaking fear. She speaks of 3 children at home, her husband dead 5 days past, no food, no coal for warmth, no hope but what the dead might provide. Her voice carries the hollow tone of someone who has already accepted damnation as the price of survival. You stand your ground, duty warring with compassion. The law is clear, yet the city's normal order has collapsed so thoroughly that enforcing old rules seems almost absurd. You make your decision, pointing your staff toward the churchyard gate. Leave now, you command, and don't return while you're on watch. Take nothing from this grave, but you name a house on Silver Street where a merchant died yesterday. His family fled to the countryside. What they might find there, searching among abandoned property rather than consecrated ground, is their own business. The trio retreats quickly before you might reconsider, the woman muttering what might be thanks or curses. You approach the disturbed grave, using your boot to push the excavated earth back into place. Your report will mention checking the churchyard, finding nothing of note. Some sins, you've learned, are born of necessity rather than evil. You help an elderly woman who has collapsed against the stone wall of St. Lawrence Jewry, her thin frame barely visible in the bundle of ragged shawls she's wrapped herself in. Your first instinct warns you to maintain distance, but her voice, weak and cracked from thirst, carries no wet rattle of plagued lung. She speaks of hunger, not sickness. Her husband, a goldsmith, dead 2 weeks past from the pestilence, leaving her without guild protection or family support. The parish relief, she explains, has been overwhelmed since the 2nd week, turning away all but those actually dying. You kneel at a careful distance, setting your lantern on the ground between you to create a small circle of warm light. From your belt pouch, you retrieve the small loaf of coarse bread meant to sustain you through your watch. The decision comes without thought. You've seen too much death to let preventable suffering pass unmarked. You place the bread on a flat stone and push it toward her with your staff, maintaining the crucial distance that might mean the difference between charity and contamination. Her gnarled fingers clutch the bread like a religious relic, tears tracking clean lines through the dirt on her cheeks. Between small, careful bites, the practiced eating of someone who knows this meal must last, she tells you of the London before. She remembers the last great mortality of 1315, when rain ruined harvests and people starved. But even that horror pales against this invisible enemy that strikes down the healthy and wealthy as readily as the poor and sick. Her goldsmith husband had crafted a reliquary for St. Paul's, she says, yet no amount of piety protected him from the blood that eventually poured from his mouth. You help her rise, noting a recessed doorway nearby where she might shelter through the night, protected from both wind and the more predatory survivors who hunt the weak after darkness falls. Your duty doesn't include such kindness, yet maintaining some semblance of human compassion feels like resistance against the savage arithmetic of plague time, where life's value is measured only in contamination risk. As you continue your rounds, you mark mentally the location of an abandoned grocer's shop 2 streets over, where she might find turnips and dried peas overlooked by looters seeking more valuable goods. You investigate strange smoke rising from an apothecary's shop on Bucklersbury Street, its green-tinged plumes visible against the starlight. The painted sign of mortar and pestle still hangs above the door, though half its chain has broken, leaving it to swing at an uncomfortable angle. Through the warped glass windows, flames dance with an unusual brightness, casting purple and yellow shadows that suggest someone burns more than simple wood. You wrap your staff against the doorframe, announcing yourself as the watch, demanding to know who breaks curfew within. The door opens to reveal a thin man in the leather apron of his trade, his face gaunt from exhaustion rather than illness. Master Thomas Haddon. He identifies himself, licensed apothecary of the Worshipful Society, working through the night by special dispensation from the Lord Mayor himself. He holds up a parchment bearing an official seal, though you note his hands tremble, whether from fatigue or fear of your authority remains unclear. Behind him, the shop resembles an alchemist's fever dream, every surface covered with bubbling vessels, grinding stones, and bundles of herbs both familiar and exotic. The source of the strange smoke becomes clear as he explains his work, burning specific combinations of herbs that supposedly cleanse the air of plague miasma. Wormwood, juniper, dried rose petals, and substances he names in Latin that you don't recognize, feed carefully tended braziers. The smoke should drift through the streets, he insists, purifying the corrupt atmosphere that spreads disease. You've heard similar theories from university-educated physicians, though the pile of bodies growing daily suggests their understanding remains imperfect at best. He offers you a small leather pouch of the burning mixture, suggesting you might place it in your lantern to protect yourself during rounds. The gesture seems genuine, born from one professional acknowledging another's dangerous duty. You accept it carefully, noting how he maintains his own distance despite the offered kindness. He speaks rapidly about his theories, how the plague travels through corrupted air, how certain herbs from the east might counteract its poison, how the alignment of planets has created conditions allowing such pestilence to flourish. You leave him to his work, adding a handful of his mixture to your lantern, where it creates aromatic smoke that at least improves upon the city's current perfume of death and decay. Whether it provides actual protection remains God's secret, but the sharp herbal scent helps mask the worst of what you encounter. You walk along the Thames riverside, where London's great commercial artery has slowed to barely a trickle of its former flow. The usual forest of masts has thinned to perhaps a dozen ships, most showing no signs of life aboard. Your lantern light reflects off the black water, its surface undisturbed by the normal nighttime activities of loading and unloading that once continued round the clock. The wherries that ferried passengers across the river lie beached like dying fish, their operators fled or dead, wood already beginning to crack from neglect. The great merchant vessels that remain show signs of hasty abandonment, cargo nets still full, suspended halfway between deck and dock, their contents rotting in the September air. One ship lists noticeably, taking on water through seams no longer maintained by absent crew. You recognize the banner of a Venetian trader, its rich fabric now torn and stained. The Italians were among the first to flee when news arrived that this same pestilence had already consumed their homeland, leaving behind fortunes in goods rather than risk another day in London's poisoned air. Your patrol takes you past the dock workers' taverns, all sealed and silent, where once rough songs and rougher laughter would have spilled into the night. Through one broken window, you glimpse overturned tables and scattered pewter tankards, evidence of the last night before the plague transformed celebration into survival. A cat slinks from the shadows, carrying something in its mouth you choose not to examine closely. The dock cats, once fat on fishmonger scraps, now hunt darker prey among the wharves. The river itself has changed, running cleaner than you've ever seen it, without the constant dumping of tannery waste, butcher's offal, and human refuse. Nature reclaims what commerce has abandoned. You notice herons fishing where boats once moored, their elegant forms strange against the backdrop of empty warehouses. The mudlarks who once scavenged the Thames shoreline at low tide have vanished, either dead or fled, leaving their bent pins and coal fragments to sink into the mud unmarked. At Billingsgate Dock, where fish merchants once haggled before dawn, you find only the skeleton of commerce, empty barrels, abandoned scales, and ledgers left open to rain damage. The last entry you can make out dates from 3 weeks past. God preserve us, the sickness has come. Below it in different ink someone has added, he did not. You discover a hidden gathering of flagellants in the courtyard behind St. Dunstan's Church, their moans and the sharp crack of whips cutting through the night's relative quiet. Perhaps 20 souls circle the yard in slow procession, stripped to the waist despite the September chill, their backs already striped with fresh wounds layered over older scars. They strike themselves in rhythm, metal-tipped leather scourges bringing fresh blood with each blow, while they chant prayers in broken Latin mixed with English pleas for God's mercy upon London. You observe from the shadowed archway, your duty requiring you to document such gatherings despite understanding the desperation that drives them. The flagellants believe their suffering might appease God's wrath, that voluntary penance could lift the pestilence he has sent as punishment for mankind's sins. Their leader, a gaunt man whose back resembles raw meat more than human flesh, calls out specific sins between strikes: usury, adultery, pride, gluttony, as if naming evil might somehow banish it from the city's corrupted soul. Among them you recognize faces from better times. A wool merchant who once strutted Cheapside in fur-trimmed robes, a young priest from St. Michael's, even a woman you recall selling ribbons at market. Their social stations have dissolved in shared agony, united in the belief that their blood might purchase salvation for themselves or their city. One younger man collapses, his strength finally failing, and 2 others help him to the side, where he continues weakly striking his shoulders, unwilling to abandon the ritual despite his body's protests. The church has forbidden such displays, declaring them heretical, yet desperation breeds its own theology. You pull out your chalk to mark the location on the nearest wall, not for immediate arrest, as the city's authority has greater concerns, but for the records that someone, somewhere, still maintains. The flagellants will disperse before dawn anyway, melting back into the dying city to tend their wounds and gather strength for tomorrow night's penance. You've seen 3 such groups this week alone, each believing their particular formula of suffering might prove the key to divine intervention. As you turn to leave, the leader's eyes meet yours across the courtyard. He doesn't cease his self-punishment, but nods slightly, acknowledging your presence and your choice not to intervene. His lips move in what might be blessing or curse as blood runs down his ribs, black in the moonlight. You pass through the shambles, the butcher's quarter, where the assault on your senses reaches new depths of wretchedness. The drainage channels carved into the street's center, designed to carry away blood and offal, have backed up with no one to maintain them. A thick sludge of rotted blood, putrefying organs and rainwater creates a black river down the middle of the lane that your boots squelch through despite your attempts to walk along the edges. Your vinegar cloth does little against the overwhelming stench that seems to coat the inside of your throat with each breath. The butcher stalls stand empty, but far from clean. Meat hooks still hold remnants of carcasses that have putrefied beyond recognition, covered in a writing mass of maggots that drop to the ground with soft, wet sounds. The blocks where skilled hands once carved joints now serve as breeding grounds for flies so numerous they create a humming darkness in your lantern light. You notice how even the rats avoid certain areas where the corruption has grown too foul for even their hardy constitutions. A sudden movement catches your eye. A dog, once someone's pet by the leather collar still around its neck, tears at something behind a stall. The animal has gone feral, ribs showing through patchy fur, growling low as you pass. It's feeding on what might have been a sheep carcass, or perhaps something you don't want to identify more closely. The plague has transformed London's dogs from companions to competitors, another danger in streets already full of threats. The worshipful company of Butcher's Hall stands at the quarter's end, its ornate doorway now marking only abandonment. Someone has nailed a crude sign to the door. "Seek not flesh here, all is corruption." Whether warning or biblical pronouncement, the words carry truth. You've heard that some desperate souls have resorted to eating the abandoned meat, cooking it over fires they hope might purify the corruption. The results, predictably, add dysentery to the plague's death toll. Your boots will need burning after this patrol, the leather now soaked with substances that no amount of cleaning could properly purify. Each step makes a horrible sucking sound as you finally exit the shambles, leaving behind the worst of London's putrefaction. You scrape your boots against cleaner cobblestones, though you know the stench will follow you through the remainder of your watch. A reminder that civilization's veneer wears thin when death overwhelms the living's ability to maintain even basic sanitation. You encounter another watchman at the ward boundary near Aldersgate, old William Thorne, who's worked these streets for 15 years. His lantern light mingles with yours as you exchange the traditional greeting, though neither of you removes the protective cloth from your faces. William looks haggard, his usual sturdy frame diminished by exhaustion and the terrible knowledge that comes from witnessing your city die street by street. He leans heavily on his staff, and you notice dark stains on his coat that suggest his night has been no easier than yours. He shares the grim tallies from his ward: 18 dead since yesterday's sunset, 7 new houses marked for quarantine, and an entire family found deceased in their beds with no signs of struggle, as if the plague took them peacefully in their sleep. The Carpenters' Guildhall has become a makeshift dead house, he reports, filled beyond capacity with bodies awaiting burial. The death carts can't keep pace anymore, and there's talk of digging new plague pits outside Bishopsgate, though who will do the digging remains unclear, as even the gravediggers succumb to what they bury. William mentions seeing strange lights in the sky 2 nights past. Green flames dancing above the church spires that some claim were souls ascending to heaven, while others insist they marked the devil collecting his due. You've heard similar reports from other watchmen, though whether they represent divine portent or simply exhausted minds creating meaning from nothing remains uncertain. In times like these, the line between miracle and madness grows perilously thin. He passes you a small leather flask from his coat, offering the traditional watchman's comfort of cheap ale mixed with herbs. You accept it gratefully, taking a small sip through your cloth mask, tasting wormwood and something bitter that might be ground willow bark. The warmth spreads through your chest, temporarily pushing back the night's chill and horror. You share what you've seen. The flagellants, the abandoned ships, the elderly woman you helped, and he nods, understanding at each detail, filing it away in the mental map every watchman maintains. Before parting, William grips your shoulder briefly, a moment of human contact that violates every precaution but affirms something essential about maintaining connection in catastrophe. God preserve you through the night, he says, the traditional parting carrying weight it never held before. You return the blessing, watching his lantern light disappear down Aldersgate Street, knowing that each night's farewell might be the last between old colleagues. You investigate screaming from the Boar's Head Tavern on Eastcheap, though the establishment should have been shuttered hours ago by curfew law. The door hangs partially open, warm light spilling onto the street along with the sounds of panic and breaking pottery. You push through with your staff leading, finding a scene of chaos within. Perhaps a dozen people crowd the common room, all backing away from a man who has just collapsed near the hearth, his body convulsing as blood begins to froth from his mouth, the final stage of plague that sometimes comes with terrifying swiftness. The illegal late-night drinkers scramble over each other to escape, abandoning tankards and coins in their desperation to distance themselves from contamination. A serving woman presses herself against the far wall, her face white with terror as she realizes she's been serving this man for hours, handling his coins, refilling his cup. The tavern keeper, a stout man you recognize as Martin Brewster, stands frozen behind his bar, calculating whether his profitable illegal opening has just signed his death warrant. You use your staff to block the doorway, preventing the panicked exodus that would scatter potentially infected people throughout the night streets. Your voice carries hard authority as you order everyone to remain where they are, explaining that they must all now be marked for quarantine observation. The pronouncement brings fresh cries of despair, one young man actually attempting to rush past you before your staff across his chest sends him stumbling backward. The dying man's convulsions cease, his body going still in that particular way that needs no confirmation. Blood pools beneath his head, black in the firelight, while the foam around his mouth carries the pink tinge that marks plagued lung. You order everyone to move to the far side of the room, then use your chalk to mark a line across the floor that none may cross. The tavern itself must be sealed, you explain, and all present must provide their names and addresses for the quarantine rolls. Martin Brewster begins to bargain, offering silver, then gold, for you to forget what you've seen. Others join in, pooling their resources in desperate bidding for their freedom. You feel the weight of the purse at your belt, knowing what even a few of those coins could buy in these times. But you also know that each person here could be carrying death to families, spreading the pestilence through their fear-driven flight. You patrol near the Tower of London, where the great fortress looms against the stars like England's gravestone. The moat surrounding it releases a different stench than usual, not just the normal sewage and stagnation, but the sweet, sick smell of decomposition from bodies that have been dumped there when even the death carts couldn't keep pace. Your lantern light catches the flutter of black wings as ravens feast on remains that float in the befouled water, their harsh cries echoing off the tower walls. The birds have multiplied beyond counting, drawn by the abundance of carrion that now defines London. They perch on every available surface, walls, posts, shop signs, their intelligent eyes tracking your movement with unsettling awareness. Some have grown so bold they barely move aside as you pass, merely hopping back a few feet while maintaining their claim on whatever flesh they've found. their beaks drip with gore that appears black in the darkness, and several drag intestines behind them like grotesque ribbons. You notice bodies that weren't collected quickly enough, lying in the shadow of the tower walls, partially consumed by the ravens and whatever else feeds in darkness. The death cart men have begun to refuse certain areas, declaring them too dangerous or too corrupted to enter. These forgotten dead become part of the landscape, their faces picked clean until white bone gleams through tears in putrefying flesh. One body wears the remains of a fine wool coat, suggesting wealth that couldn't purchase survival or even dignified disposal. A raven larger than the rest watches you from atop a corpse, its beak buried in the soft tissue of an eye socket. It caws once, a sound that seems almost mocking, before returning to its grisly meal. You've heard stories that the tower ravens possess unusual intelligence, that they can recognize individual people and remember faces. This one's stare feels personal, as if it knows you for what you are, another future meal, walking only temporarily upright. The tower guards themselves rarely venture out anymore, you notice. The fortress has sealed itself against the plague, though you wonder if stone walls can truly bar an enemy that travels on breath and touch. Arrow slits show flickers of torchlight within, evidence that some still maintain their posts. You wonder if they watch the city die from their battlements, bearing witness to London's consumption by disease, rather than foreign army. The tower has stood through conquest and rebellion, but this enemy requires no siege engines, no armies, only time and proximity to achieve victory. You check on the orphan child you've been monitoring for 3 nights now, finding the small form huddled in the doorway of a collapsed chandler's shop off Thames Street. The boy, you guess perhaps 7 or 8 years, has wrapped himself in a torn piece of sailcloth, his thin body barely visible within its folds. His eyes open as your lantern light falls across him, still alert despite the hollow cheeks that speak of prolonged hunger. No plague signs yet, though in a child so weakened, the pestilence would likely bring swift death. You maintain your careful distance while pulling the remaining food from your pouch, a piece of hard cheese and an apple you'd been saving for later in your watch. The child watches with desperate intensity as you place the food on a broken barrel and push it toward him with your staff. His small hands snatch the offerings quickly, as if they might disappear, and he eats with the focused determination of someone who has learned that meals are no longer guaranteed. Through broken speech between bites, he tells you his name is Thomas, that his mother was a seamstress who died coughing blood, his father a tanner who never came home from work one day. He's been living in the streets for many days, children's vague sense of time made vaguer by trauma. He knows to avoid the sick, to stay away from rats, to hide when the death carts pass. This terrible education has kept him alive, while stronger souls have perished. You tell him about St. Bartholomew's Priory, where the monks still take in orphans despite the danger, feeding them and teaching them letters. The boy shakes his head vigorously. He's seen other children go there and never return, though whether from death or adoption remains unclear. His fear of institutions seems less dangerous than continued street living, yet you recognize the fierce independence that survival has taught him. Before leaving, you point out a baker's shop, 2 streets over where the owner died, but left stores of grain in the cellar, information that might sustain him another few days. You mark the wall near his doorway with your watchman's sign, and a special notation that means, "Do not disturb," a small protection that might keep other patrols or the death cart men from investigating his hiding place too closely. The boy clutches the apple core like a talisman, his eyes following your lantern as you continue your rounds. You witness a death cart collection at the intersection of Gracechurch and Lombard Streets, where the ritual of mass disposal has become grimly efficient. The cart itself, reinforced with additional boards to hold more bodies, creaks under its terrible load. Two men in waxed leather coats work mechanically, their faces covered by cloths soaked in vinegar and strong spirits. They call out the traditional warning, "Bring out your dead," though their voices carry exhaustion rather than the formal gravity such work once commanded. Doors open cautiously along the street, and figures emerge carrying their burdens. A woman drags her husband's body by the arms, lacking the strength to lift him properly, his head bumping against cobblestones with hollow sounds. An elderly man carries what might be a child wrapped in bedsheets, the small size making the bundle seem almost weightless. Each family must also present the death certificate from the parish, though you notice the collectors barely glance at the papers before tossing them into a separate sack. The loading process follows its own horrible choreography. Bodies are stacked like cordwood, arranged to maximize space with no regard for dignity or identity. Arms and legs are tucked and folded, heads positioned to fill gaps, the human form reduced to geometric problems of efficiency. One collector uses a long hook to arrange the corpses, avoiding direct touch, even through his gloves. You count at least 20 bodies already loaded, with more households yet to respond. A disturbance erupts when a woman refuses to release her daughter's body, clinging to the wrapped form, and wailing that the girl might only be sleeping deeply, that plague sometimes mimics death. The collectors have seen this before, denial making the impossible seem reasonable. They wait with practiced patience, while neighbors gently pry the mother's fingers loose, supporting her as she collapses in grief. The small body joins the pile, disappearing among strangers who share only the commonality of death's timing. The cart moves on, wheels leaving dark stains on the cobblestones from the fluids that leak between the boards. Its next stop will be similar, and the one after, until the cart can hold no more and must make its journey to the plague pits beyond the walls. You follow at a distance for a while, noting how even stray dogs avoid the death cart's path, some primitive wisdom warning them away from such concentrated contamination. You navigate through Pudding Lane, where the baker's ovens still glow despite the late hour, their work continuing through plague time as one of the few trades deemed essential enough to break curfew. The smell of baking bread creates a surreal contrast to the decay that permeates most of London, though you notice the loaves displayed in windows look smaller than before, the flour stretched with sawdust and ground peas as grain supplies dwindle. Several bakers work with cloths tied across their faces, trying to protect against both plague and flour dust. Through one shop window, you observe a baker pulling loaves from his oven, with the mechanical movements of someone beyond exhaustion. His apprentice, a boy perhaps 12 years old, arranges the cooling bread on racks. Both show the 1,000-yard stare of those who continue working not from hope, but from habit, the routine of their trade providing structure in a world gone formless with death. The baker notices your watchman's lantern and nods acknowledgement, one essential worker recognizing another. You hear raised voices from a shop further down, and investigate, finding two bakers arguing over grain supplies. One accuses the other of hoarding, of charging murderous prices for bread that should be affordable to the dying poor. The accused responds that money means nothing if there's no grain to buy, that the mills outside London have stopped delivering as their workers die or flee. Their argument captures the larger breakdown, traditional commerce collapsing as currency loses meaning against survival's immediate demands. A small crowd has gathered despite curfew, drawn by the smell of fresh bread and the desperate hope of purchasing food. You see hollow faces, trembling hands, clutching coins that might have bought feast supplies weeks ago, but now barely purchase a single loaf. The bakers try to maintain order, limiting each person to one small loaf, though you observe how they slip extra rolls to families with visible children. Small mercies persist even as larger systems fail. The warmth from the ovens draws people like moths, and you must disperse several groups who attempt to sleep near the shop fronts. The risk of fire adds to plague danger, exhausted bakers working with open flames while desperate people crowd too close. You make mental note to ensure the night fire watch pays special attention to Pudding Lane. London can survive plague, perhaps, but plague and fire together would leave nothing but ash and memory. You break up a violent dispute in front of a deceased merchant's shop on Wood Street, where two families have simultaneously attempted to claim the abandoned property. The Harpers argue their daughter was betrothed to the merchant's son, making them inheritors by marriage contract. The Chandlers claim an outstanding debt that grants them rights to seized property. Both groups waive documents that might be legitimate or hastily forged in these times. Who remains to verify such claims when clerks and lawyers die as readily as anyone else? The confrontation has escalated beyond words. A young man from the Harper family bleeds from a split lip, while a Chandler woman nurses a blackened eye. They've broken the shop shutters and scattered its contents into the street, bolts of cloth, pewter vessels, accounting ledgers now rain-damaged and useless. Each family grabs what they can, while shouting accusations of theft, and worse. You notice how their anger focuses on each other, rather than the true enemy that has created these circumstances. Your staff strikes the cobblestones repeatedly before they acknowledge your authority, too consumed by their dispute to notice the watch's arrival. You demand they cease immediately, that all goods be left where they fall, until proper authorities can adjudicate ownership. Both families turn their anger toward you now, united momentarily in outrage that you would deny them what they've risked infection to claim. Someone suggests the watch has been taking bribes to look the other way, that you plan to return later for the goods yourself. The accusation stings because you've heard of watchmen doing exactly that. The complete breakdown of oversight, creating opportunities for those willing to exploit catastrophe. You maintain your stern demeanor, reminding them that violence during curfew carries severe penalties, that the Lord Mayor has authorized watchmen to use all necessary force. The threat works partially. Both families begin backing away, though not without stuffing their pockets with smaller valuables. As they disperse, you notice an old woman watching from an upper window across the street. She calls down that both families lie. The merchant's son lives, fled to Oxford when the plague began, and would be appalled to see his inheritance fought over like carrion. Her testimony means nothing legally, but it reminds you how quickly the living move to claim from the presumed dead, how plague transforms neighbors into scavengers competing for whatever remains. You pause at St. Bartholomew's Church, where desperate souls have gathered despite the ban on religious assemblies. They kneel in the churchyard, leaving offerings at the shrine of St. Bartholomew, bread they can't spare, coins that might buy medicine, personal treasures that hold meaning only to their owners. Some have written prayers on scraps of parchment, weighted down with stones against the night wind. Others leave locks of hair, wedding rings, children's toys, tokens of lives. The plague threatens to erase entirely. The church doors remain locked by order of the bishop, who declared that gathering for services would only spread God's punishment faster through his flock. Yet people find ways to maintain faith when official channels close. They pray alone or in pairs, maintaining careful distance from each other while seeking comfort in proximity to sacred ground. An elderly priest, defying his own church's orders, moves among them offering blessings from 6 feet away, his voice carrying Latin phrases that most don't understand, but find soothing nonetheless. You notice fresh graves in the churchyard, far more than the space should hold. The ground has been consecrated and reconsecrated to accommodate the overflow. Graves dug between existing stones, bodies buried atop bodies in layers that will confuse future archaeologists. Some graves bear no markers, save small wooden crosses, names already fading in London's perpetual damp. Others show signs of recent visitation, withered flowers, candle stubs, messages to the dead written in charcoal on nearby walls. A young woman approaches the shrine carrying an infant who burns with fever. Though not necessarily plague fever, children sicken from many causes, all potentially fatal in these times. She lays the baby at the shrine's base, praying with the fervent intensity of a mother who has exhausted earthly remedies. You want to warn her about the danger of public spaces, the risk of exposure, but her desperation transcends rational precaution. Faith and hope become indistinguishable when both represent last resorts. You continue past without intervention, noting only that religious activity continues despite prohibition. Your role involves maintaining order, not crushing the spiritual comfort that helps some endure unendurable loss. The priest nods as you pass, acknowledging your choice to overlook his violation of church decree. In times when God seems absent, those who claim to speak for him must sometimes break his earthly representative's rules. You discover a plague doctor in the courtyard behind St. Mary's Spital, his distinctive costume marking him as one of the physicians who claim special knowledge of the pestilence. The leather coat reaches to his ankles, waxed to repel infectious vapors. His mask, that notorious bird-beak shape, projects from his face like some medieval monster, glass eyepieces reflecting your lantern light. The beak, you know, contains aromatic herbs, myrrh, camphor, rose petals, that supposedly filter the corrupted air that carries disease. He tends to 3 patients laid out on wooden boards, each showing different stages of plague infection. One man exhibits the early symptoms: fever, chills, the beginning swellings in neck and groin. A woman shows the black fingers that name the Black Death, her extremities dying while her heart still beats. The third patient has reached the final stage, bloody foam on his lips, his breathing reduced to shallow gasps. The doctor moves between them with his pointed stick, never touching directly, prodding swellings to check their ripeness. His treatments reflect the peculiar blend of emerging medical knowledge and ancient superstition that characterizes plague medicine. He bleeds one patient into a bowl, believing that removing corrupted blood might halt the infection's spread. Another receives a poultice of crushed emeralds and mercury, ingredients worth fortunes in normal times, but freely applied when death makes wealth meaningless. The third patient, too far gone for active treatment, receives only prayers and a tincture of poppy to ease his passing. You observe from a safe distance as he works, noting his methodical approach despite the futility of his efforts. He speaks to his patients in educated Latin, explaining treatments they can't understand to maintain professional authority. When the third patient finally expires, he marks the time on a wax tablet, adding another entry to whatever grim study he conducts. The other 2 patients watch their companion's death with resigned recognition of their own likely fate. The doctor acknowledges your presence with a nod that makes his beak mask bob grotesquely. He asks if you've seen particular symptoms in your rounds, buboes that burst naturally versus those that remain hard, patients who die quickly versus those who linger. His questions suggest genuine inquiry rather than certain knowledge. Even these specialists, with their elaborate protections and expensive treatments, grope blindly against an enemy they don't truly understand. You patrol across London Bridge, that great stone thoroughfare that spans the Thames like a street suspended over water. The buildings that line both sides of the bridge create a tunnel effect, their upper stories nearly meeting overhead, blocking out most of the night sky. Your lantern light catches the faces carved into doorways, merchants' marks, guild signs, devotional figures, all bearing witness to the catastrophe with unchanging stone expressions. At the bridge's southern gate, the severed heads on pikes present their own grim testimony to justice that preceded pestilence. These traitors' heads, some months old, others freshly placed, show signs of plague even in death, the telltale swellings visible on necks below the severing point, black pustules marring faces already distorted by exposure. Even execution cannot escape the plague's mark, you realize, as if the disease claims dominion over all flesh, regardless of how it died. The bridge's shops stand mostly empty, their proprietors fled or dead. A goldsmith's display window remains intact but abandoned, precious metals and gems glinting in your light, untouched for days. The value system that once would have brought thieves within hours has collapsed entirely. What good is gold when bread becomes precious, when a clean breath of air surpasses any earthly treasure? You notice rats nesting in a fur merchant's stock, expensive ermine and sable reduced to rodent bedding. Through gaps between buildings, you glimpse the Thames below, its dark surface reflecting the few lights still burning in London. Bodies occasionally drift past, victims dumped by those too exhausted or afraid to wait for proper collection. You see one catch against the bridge's great stone piers, held there by the current, a temporary resident of the bridge's underwater foundation until the next strong tide carries it toward the sea. Near the bridge's center stands the chapel of St. Thomas Becket, built into the bridge's structure itself. Someone has barred its doors with planks, though whether to keep plague out or trap it within remains unclear. Through a small window, you see candles still burning inside, their light wavering as if tended by unseen hands. Perhaps a priest maintains lonely vigil, or perhaps the candles simply haven't exhausted their tallow since the chapel was sealed. The bridge holds many such mysteries now, suspended between the dying city's two banks. You investigate an illegal midnight burial in All Hallows churchyard, drawn by the scrape of shovels and muffled voices trying to work quietly in darkness. A family of 5 struggles to enter their patriarch, without church sanction or death certificate, unwilling to consign him to the plague pits beyond the city walls. They'd chosen a corner spot, between 2 ancient yews, where the ground proves softer and their excavation less likely to disturb existing graves, though in truth few spots remain that don't hold some previous resident. The diggers freeze as your lantern light falls upon them, 2 grown sons, their wives, and an adolescent boy who might be a grandson. Sweat and tears mix on their faces, creating clean tracks through the dirt that covers them. The body lies wrapped in what appears to be expensive tapestry, probably pulled from their home's walls, a last gesture of respect in times that permit little dignity. They don't run or offer excuses, simply standing with shovels in hand, waiting for your judgment. You recognize the complexity of their crime. Church law demands proper burial procedures, recording of deaths, examination by church officials. Yet the system has collapsed under sheer volume. The plague pits offer only mass anonymous disposal. Bodies tumble together with quicklime eating away at flesh and bone. These people risk infection and arrest to provide their father what they see as Christian burial, even if it lacks official sanction. The eldest son speaks carefully, explaining their father died of age and exhaustion, not plague, no buboes, no blood, just an old man whose heart gave out watching his city die. They couldn't bear to see him thrown onto a death cart, pitched into a pit with plague victims. He was a member of the Merchant Tailors Guild, the son continues, a respected man who deserved better than lime and anonymity. His voice carries both grief and defiance, challenging you to deny their father this small dignity. You make your decision based on pragmatism rather than compassion. The body shows no plague signs, and forcing them to exhume it would create more risk than allowing completion. You inform them they have until your patrol returns this way, perhaps an hour, to finish their work and disperse. No marker should be placed for at least a fortnight, and they must swear to report any plague symptoms that develop. They nod, grateful agreement, returning to their digging with renewed urgency while you continue into the night. You rest briefly at a public well near Cornhill, one of the few still operating as others have been sealed due to contamination fears. The wooden bucket shows wear from constant use, its rope frayed and knotted where breaks were hastily repaired. You maintain distance from the well's mouth. Some claim the pestilence travels through water, others that corpses have been thrown down wells to poison enemies. The truth remains unknowable, but caution costs nothing in times when every interaction carries mortal risk. Other night workers gather here at careful distances, a link boy whose torch lights the way for those rich enough to break curfew legally, 2 gravediggers whose spades and dirty clothes mark their profession, a nurse heading to tend the sick at St. Bartholomew's. None remove their face coverings to drink, instead pouring water over cloths to moisten mouths through fabric. Conversation happens in brief exchanges, sharing information about which streets to avoid, where new outbreaks have occurred, which physicians still accept patients. The gravediggers speak of running out of consecrated ground, of the bishop blessing new areas daily just to keep pace with demand. They mention strange things found in plague pits, bodies clutching each other who weren't buried together, suggesting some wake after being thrown in, crawling toward human contact in their final moments. One digger swears he heard knocking from inside a sealed coffin, though his partner dismisses this as exhaustion breeding phantoms. The nurse shares remedies she's observed. Some patients recover after their buboes burst naturally, draining the poison, while forced lancing seems to accelerate death. She speaks of children who survive while their parents perish, of elderly who endure while youth succumb, patterns that suggest God's hand moves in incomprehensible ways. Her bag carries herbs and poultices, though she admits most of her work involves providing comfort rather than cure, helping souls transition from this poisoned world to whatever awaits beyond. You all part without farewells. Attachment to other souls has become another luxury London can't afford. Each returns to their grim duty, passing through the night like ghosts serving the needs of a dying city. The well stands as a temporary crossroads for those who maintain essential services, a place to share information and remind themselves that others still fight against the darkness, even if that fight seems increasingly futile. You check wealthy merchants' houses in Lombard Street, where Italian banking families and English wool traders built their fortunes before pestilence made gold meaningless. The grand facades remain impressive, carved stone, painted shutters, glass windows that cost more than common laborers earned in lifetimes. Yet plague respects no social boundaries. Red crosses mark these doors as readily as tenement hovels, and the pleading, "Lord have mercy upon us," carries the same desperation, whether painted on oak or pine. Through one mansion's windows, you observe a scene of abandoned opulence. A long table remains set for a feast that never concluded, silver plates, Venetian glass, candlesticks of worked gold. Food rots on the plates. Wine has evaporated from cups, and flies cloud the air above what was meant to celebrate some now forgotten occasion. A body slumps in the master's chair at the table's head, still wearing rich robes that couldn't protect against invisible death. The servants who might have tended him have fled or died, leaving master and meal to decay together. At another house, You hear weak pounding from within, someone trying to break quarantine from inside. A man's voice, educated and commanding despite its weakness, demands release, claiming he's recovered and the quarantine period has passed. He offers enormous sums for freedom, deeds to properties, shares in trading ventures, a fortune in Italian gold hidden beneath his floorboards. His bargaining continues, even as coughing fits interrupt, each one wet and painful sounding. The red cross on his door bears yesterday's date. He has 39 more days if he survives them. You notice how even wealth's remnants become hazardous. A fine cape dropped in the street might carry infection in its folds. Gold coins passed from dying hands could transmit death to those who claim them. The plague transforms treasure into trap, making paupers potentially safer than those who grab for abandoned riches. Several houses show signs of looting despite the risk. Broken doors, scattered possessions, suggesting some still value wealth over life, or perhaps have reached such desperation that the distinction no longer matters. The street's famous banking houses stand locked and empty, their vaults perhaps still full but inaccessible, their ledgers recording debts that will never be collected, loans that will never be repaid. The entire financial system that made Lombard Street London's economic heart has stopped as surely as a plague victim's breath, leaving only empty architecture as monument to commerce killed by catastrophe. You encounter a procession of monks from Greyfriars Monastery, carrying holy relics through the streets, their chanted prayers echoing off building walls in the pre-dawn darkness. They bear the arm bone of St. Francis in a golden reliquary, held high by their prior, while brothers swing censers that release clouds of frankincense. Their brown robes drag through the filth of London's streets, but their faces show the fervent determination of those who believe their faith might turn aside God's wrath. The procession moves slowly, stopping at each marked door to offer prayers for those sealed within. Some inhabitants respond with weak voices joining the Latin chants, while others remain ominously silent. The monks maintain no protective distance from infected houses, instead pressing close to touch their reliquary against Red Cross doors, believing St. Francis's intercession might save those within. You've seen 3 such brothers collapse during previous processions, their faith unable to protect their flesh. Following the monks comes a ragged crowd of desperate believers, perhaps 30 souls who risk curfew violation and infection for the chance of blessing. They reach toward the reliquary without quite touching it, as if its holy influence might extend through the air. An old woman crawls on her knees, leaving bloody marks on the cobblestones, convinced that sufficient suffering might earn divine mercy. A young father carries a fevered infant, holding the child up toward the golden box that contains the saint's bone. You should disperse this illegal gathering, enforce the curfew, prevent the spread of infection through close contact. Yet the authority of armed watch seems insignificant against the power of desperate faith. These people have watched physicians fail, remedies prove useless, prayers go unanswered. If processing through plague-struck streets behind ancient bones provides them comfort, who are you to deny that solace? The civic order you're meant to enforce has already collapsed. Perhaps spiritual order, however misguided, serves some purpose. The prior notices you watching and raises the reliquary in your direction, offering blessing to one who serves the city's needs. You nod acknowledgement, but maintain your distance, caught between duty and recognition that these monks provide something secular authority cannot, hope in the face of hopelessness, meaning in the midst of meaningless death. The procession continues toward Cheapside, their chants fading into the night, leaving you to wonder whether faith or foolishness drives them through the poisoned streets. You witness a family fleeing the city in violation of quarantine orders, their cart loaded with possessions passing through Bishopsgate in the dead of night. The father walks beside the horse, constantly glancing back as if expecting pursuit. The mother sits in the cart bed, clutching two small children whose faces peek out from heavy blankets. Their household goods pile high: furniture, cooking pots, rolled tapestries, the accumulation of a lifetime being evacuated in darkness. They freeze when your lantern light falls upon them, the father's hand moving to a club at his belt, while the mother pulls the children closer. You see the calculation in their eyes: fight, flight, or negotiation. The man steps forward, speaking quickly about relatives in Canterbury, about leaving before the sickness reached their street, about their right as free citizens to travel the King's roads. His words tumble over each other, mixing truth with obvious fabrication. The children begin crying, sensing their parents' fear. The younger one, perhaps 4 years old, coughs repeatedly, a wet, harsh sound that might indicate plague or might simply be childhood illness. The distinction matters legally but changes nothing practically. If they carry infection, they'll spread it to Canterbury. If they remain in London, they'll likely die whether infected or not. The moral complexity of your duty has never been clearer than in this moment of decision. The father produces a purse, not offering it directly, but making its weight obvious as he shifts it from hand to hand. He speaks of his trade as a silversmith, of the good he could do establishing himself elsewhere, of his children's innocence in matters of law and disease. His wife adds her own pleas, describing the death surrounding their home, the certainty of infection if they remain, the possibility of survival if they flee. Their desperation fills the night air like another kind of infection. You stand silent for a long moment, weighing duty against compassion, law against humanity. The quarantine exists to prevent plague spread, yet London hemorrhages refugees daily through 100 unguarded routes. These people before you represent thousands making the same choice: risk punishment for the chance of survival. Your decision here changes nothing about the plague's inexorable advance, affects only these 4 souls whose lives hang on your interpretation of increasingly meaningless regulations. The children's crying continues, a sound that will haunt whatever choice you make. You investigate strange lights flickering in an abandoned goldsmith's shop on Gutter Lane. The windows glow, suggesting fire, but lacking smoke. Pushing through the broken door, you discover 3 squatters huddled around a makeshift hearth they've created by piling furniture in the center of the ransacked workspace. They're burning the shop's fixtures: carved wooden shelving, account books, even the goldsmith's workbench, anything that will provide warmth against September's creeping cold. The squatters barely react to your presence, too exhausted or resigned to flee. An elderly couple clings together near the flames, their clothes suggesting former respectability now reduced to survival. The third figure, a younger man with the calloused hands of a laborer, feeds another chair leg to the fire. They've already burned through most of the shop's wooden contents, leaving only stone walls and metal tools that won't combust. The smoke escapes through a hole they've knocked in the roof, a crude chimney that at least prevents suffocation. You notice they've attempted to create a livable space amid destruction. Goldsmith's tools have been repurposed. Scales hold water, crucibles serve as cooking pots, delicate hammers crack nuts they've scavenged. They've built sleeping pallets from torn tapestries and goldsmith's felt, creating small comforts in their appropriated shelter. The irony isn't lost. Implements meant to work precious metals now sustain those for whom bread has become more precious than gold. The younger man speaks first, explaining they're not thieves, merely seeking shelter after their lodging house was sealed with them outside and their landlord inside, dying. The elderly couple owned a candle shop, he says, burned down when plague victims' families began burning all possessions to prevent infections spread. They have nowhere else to go, no family to claim them, no guild to provide relief. London has become a city of the displaced, wandering between abandoned buildings, like spirits already half departed from the world. You should evict them, arrest them for theft and destruction of property. Yet the goldsmith is dead. You remember marking his house yourself 3 weeks ago, and his family fled to the countryside. These 3 will likely die regardless, whether from cold, starvation, or plague. Their small fire threatens no neighboring buildings, and their occupation of this space prevents nothing except its eventual collapse from neglect. You warn them about the fire risk, suggest they gather more fuel during daylight to avoid burning the building's actual structure, and continue your rounds. You patrol back through Eastcheap as dawn approaches, the sky lightening to grey above London's rooftops. The street that was merely desperate when your watch began has deteriorated further through the night. New red crosses mark doors that were clear at sunset, the paint still wet and dripping in the morning dew. You count 7 additional plague houses since your first pass, the infection spreading faster than your feet can carry you through your rounds. The bodies you marked for collection earlier remain where they fell, joined now by others. A woman has died sitting in a doorway, her arms still wrapped around a bundle that might be an infant, or simply rags shaped by desperate imagination. 2 men lie together near a tavern's entrance, whether friends who died supporting each other or strangers whose final collapses coincidentally overlapped remains unknowable. The death carts should have passed by now, but perhaps they're overwhelmed elsewhere, or their operators have themselves succumbed. Morning brings no relief, only revelation of night's hidden horrors. Windows that were dark now show faces peering out, some healthy watching for news, others clearly infected waiting for death or miracle. A child's face appears at one window, nose pressed to glass, too young to understand why the world outside has become forbidden territory. You see an elderly man in another window, marking your passage with eyes that have watched too many watchmen pass, too many neighbors disappear. The street's drainage channel runs black with more than normal filth. Someone has been emptying chamber pots from quarantined houses, the waste flowing down the street's center in a reeking stream that will eventually reach the Thames. Rats traverse this flowing sewage fearlessly, some dying mid-crossing, as if the concentration of disease overwhelms even their legendary resilience. You step carefully, knowing your boots carry death from puddle to cobblestone, to wherever your duty next demands your presence. The dawn light reveals messages chalked on walls during the night, prayers, curses, names of the dead, accusations of divine punishment or human wickedness. Someone has written, "God has abandoned London," in large letters across a church wall. Below it, in different hand, "London abandoned God first." These theological debates via graffiti capture the city's spiritual crisis, seeking meaning in meaningless suffering, assigning blame for blameless disease, demanding justice from an apparently unjust universe. You help collect the night's written reports from other watchmen at the ward assembly point near Guildhall, each man depositing his record of observed deaths, new infections, and notable incidents. The clerk who compiles these reports looks fevered himself, sweat beading his forehead despite the morning chill, his hand trembling as he transcribes numbers that grow larger each day. He doesn't complain, knowing that showing weakness might mean quarantine, continuing his vital work of documenting London's systematic destruction. The reports paint a map of catastrophe across the city's wards. Cripplegate, 23 dead, 15 new houses marked. Farringdon, 31 dead, water well contaminated, residents fighting over clean sources. Aldgate, 18 dead, but also 5 recoveries, rare bright spots in otherwise dark accounting. Each watchman adds verbal details the written reports can't capture. The sound of mass grieving from sealed houses, the sight of orphaned children forming feral packs, the smell that now defines entire streets where collection has fallen behind. Old William arrives late, his familiar gait now featuring a pronounced limp. He reports an attack by desperate prisoners who escaped from Newgate when their guards died, roaming the streets like plague-maddened wolves. Another watchman mentions finding an entire congregation dead in a locked church, having gathered for illegal prayer service only to trap themselves with infection. These stories multiply, each adding to the portrait of a city consuming itself through fear, faith, and failing systems. The tally keeper announces provisional numbers, over 300 dead in your district alone since yesterday's dawn. The true number likely exceeds this significantly, as many deaths go unreported, bodies hidden by families avoiding quarantine or simply undiscovered in abandoned buildings. He estimates London loses 1,000 souls daily now, though accurate counting has become impossible as the infrastructure of observation collapses along with everything else. You submit your own report. The elderly woman helped, the flagellants documented, the illegal tavern gathering, the orphan boy still surviving. The clerk records it all with diminishing detail, reducing human experience to hash marks in columns. Your observations join thousands of others in the archives that future historians will study, trying to understand how a great city died, not from invasion or fire, but from invisible enemies carried on breath and blood. The morning bell tolls, ending your watch officially, though in truth the watch never ends now, merely shifts from paid duty to survival's constant vigilance. You observe the first stirrings of dawn activity as the city attempts another day of survival, watching from the steps of St. Michael Cornhill as London wakes to its continuing nightmare. The death carts begin their morning rounds, wheels creaking under loads accumulated through the night. Their collectors call out with less vigor than weeks past, their voices hoarse from repetition and their own exhaustion. Some carts bear makeshift extensions, additional boards nailed to sides, ropes to secure bodies stacked beyond normal capacity. Church bells across the city begin their terrible arithmetic, each toll representing another soul departed. The bells of St. Paul's, St. Mary Le Bow, St. Giles, and dozens of smaller parishes create a cacophony of bronze that makes counting individual deaths impossible. Some churches have stopped tolling entirely, their sextons dead or fled, their priests overwhelmed by the sheer number requiring last rites. The silence from these towers speaks as loudly as the bells that still ring. Shops that still function begin their limited operations. A barber surgeon opens his door, already blood-stained from yesterday's futile treatments, his pole wrapped with fresh bandages that will soon need changing. An apothecary hangs out his sign, though his shelves stand nearly empty, his most potent remedies exhausted weeks ago. These practitioners continue through habit or duty rather than hope, knowing their treatments provide comfort more than cure. The few healthy citizens who venture out move with practiced caution, maintaining wide berths, faces covered, eyes avoiding contact that might invite interaction. They clutch lists of necessities, moving quickly between essential stops. A mother sends her eldest child for bread, watching from her doorway, ready to bar the door if the child shows any sign of fever upon return. The ordinary act of procurement has become a deadly gamble, each venture outside rolling dice weighted toward infection. You watch as London performs its morning ritual of counting costs. New deaths to record, new houses to mark, new orphans to somehow address. The city machinery continues its grinding operation, though with fewer hands to turn the wheels each day. Officials still document, priests still pray, gravediggers still dig, watchmen still watch. This persistence in the face of catastrophe might be humanity's greatest strength or its most pathetic delusion. The distinction matters less each day, as routine provides the only structure preventing complete collapse into chaos. You check one last time on young Thomas, the orphaned boy in the doorway, finding him still alive but noticeably weaker than last night. His eyes barely open at your approach, the apple core still clutched in his small fist, like a talisman against hunger. The sailcloth wrapping has slipped, revealing limbs grown thinner, ribs more prominent. No plague signs yet, but starvation poses its own death sentence, slower but equally certain. You saved bread from the ward office, meant for your morning meal, and place it within his reach, along with information about a merchant's cellar on Silver Street, where flour might still be stored. The boy manages a weak smile, his fingers closing around the bread with painful slowness. He whispers something that might be thanks or might be delirium. The boundary between consciousness and fevered dreams has grown thin for many in London streets. Making a decision that violates protocol but honors humanity, you mark the wall near his shelter with additional watchman signs, symbols indicating this space has been inspected and cleared, that anyone disturbing this area faces official consequences. It's a small protection, perhaps meaningless, but it might discourage casual investigation by those who would rob or harm a dying child. You also add a note in your report recommending the parish authorities check this location, though you know such recommendations pile unread as officials struggle with greater crises. The boy watches as you prepare to leave, his eyes holding that peculiar mixture of premature wisdom and childish hope that defines plague orphans. He's learned truths no child should know, that parents die, that safety is illusion, that survival requires choices between bad and worse options. Yet he continues breathing, eating, existing in defiance of circumstances that have claimed stronger souls. His persistence reminds you why you continue your rounds despite the futility, why small acts of kindness matter even as the larger world collapses. Before departing, you tell him about the monastery again, suggesting that if he grows too weak to scavenge, the monks at St. Bartholomew's might provide better shelter than the streets. He nods understanding but makes no commitment. The fierce independence that has kept him alive this long won't easily surrender to institutional charity. You leave him to his breakfast and his choices, knowing this might be your last sight of him. Another small life extinguished or somehow surviving in London's prolonged catastrophe. You return to the ward office as full dawn breaks over London, climbing the familiar stairs with legs that feel heavier than when you descended them 8 hours ago. The weight isn't just physical exhaustion, but the accumulated burden of witness, each death observed, each suffering documented, each small cruelty and kindness adding to the load you carry. Your coat bears stains from the night's work, your boots reek of the shambles, and worse, your equipment needs cleaning and maintenance before tonight's rounds begin the cycle again. The office shows signs of continued operation in your absence. Fresh reports stack on the desk, morning tallies from other wards creating a paper mountain of mortality. A new map hangs on the wall, marked with red dots indicating confirmed plague houses. The dots cluster so thickly in some areas that entire streets appear to bleed. Someone has added black marks for houses where all inhabitants have died, creating a checkerboard pattern of death across London's geography. You strip off your outer garments with practiced care, each piece potentially carrying infection, despite all precautions. The coat goes on its designated hook, far from your sleeping area. Your boots sit by the door where sunlight might purify what vinegar cannot. The ritual of decontamination has become automatic. Wash hands in vinegar water, rinse mouth with wine and herbs, change into sleeping clothes kept separate from patrol wear. These measures might be futile, but ritual provides structure when reason fails. Your small chamber welcomes you with its familiar simplicity: straw pallet, rough blanket, the window overlooking streets that will continue their decay while you rest. The herbs hanging from your rafters have dried to brittleness, their protective power perhaps exhausted, but their presence still offering psychological comfort. You notice new sounds from neighboring buildings: coughing that wasn't there yesterday, a woman's low weeping, the scrape of furniture being rearranged to accommodate sickness or death. The exhaustion pulls at you, demanding rest before tonight's patrol begins the pattern anew. Your body needs sleep, but your mind replays the night's encounters: the elderly woman's gratitude, the orphan's desperate courage, the families torn between law and survival. These images will populate your dreams, mixing with older memories of London before the plague, creating that peculiar nightmare where past normalcy makes present horror more acute. You close your eyes, knowing that when you wake, the bells will still be tolling, the carts will still be rolling, and your duty will call you back to the streets. You climb the stairs to your chamber, exhausted, each step requiring conscious effort as your body protests another night's accumulation of horrors witnessed and duties performed. The wooden steps, worn smooth by generations of watchmen before you, creak their familiar complaint. Your hand finds the rough wall for support, feeling the cold stone that has absorbed September's chill and London's despair in equal measure. The plague may kill bodies, but these nightly rounds slowly consume something deeper: the ability to see suffering without being crushed by its weight. In your chamber, you sit at the small writing desk where the official ledger waits, its pages already half filled with your careful script documenting weeks of escalating catastrophe. By candlelight that wavers with your exhausted breathing, you record the night's observations in the precise language required by city ordinance. 3 bodies discovered, locations marked for collection. 7 new infections observed, houses marked accordingly. 1 illegal gathering dispersed at Boar's Head Tavern. Quarantine violation at Bishopsgate resolved without arrest. The formal words reduce human tragedy to administrative notation, necessary emotional distance for those who must continue functioning. Yet between the official lines, you cannot help but add marginal notes that future readers might wonder at. Elderly woman fed, orphan child still surviving at Thames Street, flagellants increasing in number and fervour. These additions serve no bureaucratic purpose, but feel essential to record small humanities that prove London was more than statistics, even in its dying. Your predecessor's ledger contains similar notations, growing fewer as his final weeks approached, ending with a shaking hand's last entry: "God forgive us all." The candle burns lower as you write, wax pooling and hardening like the city's grief made tangible. Through your window comes the sound of morning prayers from those houses still containing voices to pray. The words drift across the plagued city like smoke, seeking heaven's ear despite all evidence of its deafness. You add your final entry for the night, 8th day of September, year of our Lord 1348. The pestilence continues, the watch continues, London continues, though God alone knows how or why. You close the ledger carefully, knowing that tomorrow night, if you wake, if you rise, if the plague hasn't claimed you in your sleep, you'll open it again to document another circuit through hell's own streets. The thought should bring despair, but exhaustion has moved you beyond such simple emotions into a state of numbed acceptance that might be its own form of plague, infecting the soul rather than the flesh. You prepare for sleep as dawn breaks fully over London. the sun's rays cutting through the perpetual haze of smoke and death that shrouds the city. Churches across the metropolis begin their morning toll, counting the night's dead in bronze voices that merge into a single endless knell. You count automatically. St. Paul's has reached 43, St. Mary Le Bow 37, St. Giles still climbing past 50. These numbers will grow through the day. As more bodies are discovered, more souls release their grip on poisoned flesh. The sounds of daytime London filter through your window, not the robust commercial noise of months past, but the subdued movements of a city under siege by an invisible enemy. Death carts rumble over cobblestones, their wheels needing repair, but wheelwrights dead or fled. Someone shouts about bread prices, the anger in their voice carrying that edge of hysteria that precedes either violence or collapse. A child laughs somewhere, the sound so unexpected it seems almost obscene. A reminder that life persists in pockets despite death's dominion. You think of tonight's patrol already, knowing the streets will have transformed again in the 12 hours of your absence. New crosses will mark doors that were clear this morning. New bodies will await collection. New orphans will huddle in doorways. The baker on Pudding Lane might have succumbed. The elderly woman might have died alone. Young Thomas might have joined the anonymous dead. Or perhaps they all survive another day, adding to the mystery of who lives and who dies in this time, when God's plan seems written in a language none can read. Your body settles into the straw pallet, muscles finally releasing their vigilant tension. The vinegar's sharp scent from your washed hands mingles with the dried herbs above, creating an olfactory barrier against the city's putrefaction. You've done what you could to protect yourself, maintained distance, covered your face, avoided direct contact with the infected. Yet you know these precautions are likely theater, that if the plague wants you, it will find you regardless of vinegar or prayers or careful protocol. The exhaustion pulls you towards sleep, that temporary death that rehearses the permanent one, awaiting all London's residents. In your drowsing mind, the city appears as it was, crowded markets, laughing children, church bells announcing celebrations rather than catastrophes. But even in memory, red crosses appear on familiar doors, and the crowds thin until only you remain, walking empty streets with your lantern raised against a darkness that grows deeper with each passing night. You finally rest, knowing tonight you survived while thousands didn't, your breathing steady as you drift into uneasy sleep. The weight of your duty lifts temporarily, though your dreams will likely replay the night's horrors in fractured narratives where past and present merge. Your body has learned to rest, despite the surrounding catastrophe, a survival mechanism that allows you to continue when continuation seems impossible. The straw beneath you rustles with each breath, a sound that proves you still live, while so many have crossed into silence. Outside, London continues its struggle between death and life, the balance shifting hourly, but never quite reaching total collapse. Someone, somewhere, is being born despite the plague, life insisting on its continuance even in death's season. Someone else draws their last breath, adding to the mounting toll that historians will someday calculate with scholarly detachment. Between these extremes, hundreds of thousands cling to existence, neither fully living nor yet dying, suspended in the plague's purgatorial grip. Your watch will resume at tonight's curfew bell, the same route through the same dying streets, but nothing will be exactly as you left it. The city transforms constantly now, each hour bringing subtle shifts in the catastrophe's geography. Houses marked yesterday may stand empty today, their inhabitants fled or fallen. Streets passable this morning might be blocked by abandoned carts or accumulated dead. The London you patrol tonight will be slightly different from the one you just left, changed in ways both obvious and invisible. In your sleep, you might dream of the city recovering, of plague retreating like a tide that has reached its apex. Or perhaps you dream of London empty, its streets given over to nature, grass growing through cobblestones and ravens, the only remaining citizens. Most likely, you dream of nothing at all, your exhausted mind unable to process more horror, even in unconscious symbolism. This blank sleep is its own mercy, a temporary amnesia that makes waking bearable. The cycle continues: sleep, wake, patrol, witness, record, sleep again. You are one small gear in London's vast machinery of survival, turning steadily despite the mechanism's overall breakdown. Tomorrow night, if you wake, you'll oil your lantern, take up your staff, and walk into darkness again. Not from hope or duty or even habit, but from the simple human inability to do otherwise when others depend on your watching. The city needs witnesses to its suffering, recorders of its collapse, someone to carry light through streets where darkness threatens to become permanent. And so you rest, one watchman among many, guarding a city that may already be lost, maintaining order in chaos, standing watch over London's long, terrible night. You've survived the night. As dawn breaks over London's plagued streets, you've witnessed what few could endure. The city at its most vulnerable, its most desperate, its most human. You've walked among the dying and the dead, made choices that will haunt your dreams, and somehow you've returned to tell the tale. But your story is just one thread in the tapestry of a city fighting for survival. While you patrolled the darkness with your lantern held high, others faced their own battles against the pestilence. In our next episode, The Baker's Dawn, you'll experience this same terrible September from an entirely different perspective. You'll wake before sunrise to stoke the ovens that must keep burning, no matter how many of your customers have vanished behind Red Cross doors. You'll knead dough while death carts rumble past your shop, ration flour as supplies dwindle, and face the impossible choice of who gets bread when there isn't enough for everyone who needs it. Because in a city stalked by death, someone still must provide the bread of life. Someone must keep the ovens burning through the darkness, maintaining this most essential service while London collapses around them. Thank you for walking with us through medieval London's longest night. If you'd like to experience more stories from this dark chapter of history, please subscribe and ring the bell, though we promise it won't toll as ominously as those of 1348. Until next time, rest well, and be grateful for the century you wake up in.